All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. It's 9:02, and hopefully others will continue to join us. But thank you for those that were able to get to the link and get on, and for signing up this morning. We're so excited to bring you Achieving a Happy and Healthy Life with Parkinson's Disease. This is part 2. It's for patients and supporters as well, to really work on the well-being in everyday life and living a great, happy, healthy life. It is part 2, but if you missed part 1, no problem. Hopefully you found part 1 on our website. We do have it posted free to view. After this, we'll continue to remind you of how to find that. So after this event, if you want to go back, if you didn't watch part 1, you can certainly go back and watch that. So again, we're so excited to have you all with us today. We have close to 40 attendees, and we'll have about 10 presenters here with us today. So really excited for a really successful sign up. We're so excited to be presenting today. We are really excited to thank the Parkinson's Foundation for supporting this series. We have a community grant supporting this, and so give a big shout out and thank you to the Parkinson's Foundation for all they do throughout the entire nation to support events and activities to promote healthy living in with Parkinson's disease. So I just wanted to go over, you've been looking at the schedule of events today. I'm going to go briefly over that just so that you know what to expect, so you can get your questions ready for these experts and we can help you to learn a lot today. So we're going to start out just with some housekeeping introductions, a little introduction to our philosophy as an entire group. Oh, and somebody already has their hand up. Thank you, Warren. We'll get to that in just a minute. Going to start out with some introductions, housekeeping. We'll go over how to raise your hands and things, but we're also savvy these days with knowing Zoom, and so that shouldn't be too hard. Then we're going to go on to Dr. Philip Tipton. He is a Mayo Clinic movement disorders specialist. He's been helping us throughout this series, and we're so grateful to have his expertise here today. We're going to talk a little bit about the physical therapy perspective on community-based exercise today. And then we're going to go into getting you moving with one of our exercise physiologists here. That physical therapy perspective will be presented by a group of wonderful students that are helping us today from the Mayo Clinic School of Health Sciences in Physical Therapy. Maria Service will join us. She's an occupational therapist to talk about brain health training, more exercises, this time for your brain. And then Caregiver Support Action Plan with Holly Brown. She works at our Elder Network here in town, a very wonderful resource that we have here in Rochester, Minnesota. And then Zach and Jordan are going to come back to talk about some nutrition and things that you can put into play right away to help live a little bit more nutritious, healthy life. And then we're going to wrap up with Maria again with occupational therapies and advice on fatigue management and active leisure activities. So getting recreational activities is really important for mental health, for well-being. And so she's going to bring you some ideas that you can explore. And then at the end, we would love for you to stay tuned. I know it's a long day. We're excited to have so many attendees. But at 1 o'clock, we are going to do a wrap up, and we're going to do a little bit of a roundtable discussion. And so we want you to kind of build up those questions throughout the day so that we can bring those at 1 o'clock and open it. All the experts that will stay with us then will answer your questions. And we're going to open up those mics so that you can have some discussion as well. So yes, raising your hand and participants. So across the bottom, just some housekeeping things before we move on, so that you know right away before I keep talking. We're gonna use our Q&A today. We are gonna use our chat as well, so you can definitely feel free to chat there. And those are primarily because we want to keep the webinar going throughout the day. We're gonna primarily use those two versus the raise the hand. And so if you look across the bottom and see that little dot that says Q&A, if you want to click on that just to practice, I would love for everyone with some practice to ask a question. So what is your most burning question that you have coming into the day around the topic It can be medical, it can be for physical therapists, for occupational therapists, for caregiver support, anything with mental health, psychology. And so go ahead and practice typing that one burning question. It would be great. It would be fun if everybody had a question. And then we'll keep track of those during the day, and we'll try to address those, or for sure during our round table if we haven't gotten to those. So go ahead and give that a try. And then next we'll use the chat. So here I would love to know, for some reason mine isn't, oh there it is. I would love to know where you are from today. So we have individuals signed up from Colorado and Arizona. We know your addresses, but why don't you share so that everybody can practice seeing that chat. And so after you work on typing your question, or you can come back later and type your question, go ahead and put in that chat. Where are you from today? I did see one chat. Thanks for the working on the housekeeping here. I don't think I'm seeing the chats, Annie. This is kind of part of the housekeeping. The questions are coming. Oh, thank you. I see somebody from Minnesota. Awesome. All right. All right. So let's go ahead, Annie, if you want to go ahead and move the slides forward. Let's talk a little bit about kind of where we're coming from our philosophy today. And so ExercisAbilities, a little bit about ExercisAbilities and myself. So again, my name is Melanie Brennan. I'm a doctor in physical therapy, and I'm the founder and CEO and executive director here at ExercisAbilities. We're located in Rochester, Minnesota. We are a specialty clinic that works with community-based individuals with primarily neurologic or complex medical conditions. So we provide that long-term transition to community and happy, healthy living at home. We make healthy, happy, and independent possible for everyone. And so really that bridge between your medical care and that specialty acute care or subacute care that you get from the medical system, the healthcare system. And then we provide things like physical therapy, occupational therapy, wellness and fitness, nutrition to support you long-term here in Rochester, Minnesota. We use this model, bringing in the physical side of health, the nutritional side of health, emotional, mental, social, and environmental. And today we welcome many partners. As I described in our bios, our partners include Mayo Clinic, the Elder Network, and we've also linked with the Mayo Clinic School of Health Sciences. And so all of our individuals also agree that this is a great way to look at health as a well-rounded approach to achieve that ultimate, what we're all looking for, being healthy and happy. So go ahead and move forward. So what we're talking today, and I'm so happy that everyone tuned in, is really taking health under your own control. Health with pills and medicine and surgeries, what our healthcare system brings is just one picture of health. There's a lot that you can do on your own to really reach that ultimate health goal that we're all looking for. I love this quote: if we had a pill that contained all the benefits of exercise, and I would add healthy eating as well, it would be the most widely prescribed drug in the world. Just, I love it. It is so true that we're all kind of in a life of really busyness, of kind of instant gratification. And exercise is not that. It takes time. It takes effort, and sometimes it's really hard. And we acknowledge that it is really hard to make time for things like support groups, mental well-being, meditation, again, exercise, and healthy eating. But what can all of those things do if we all made time for it? Well, regular physical activity, as well as all the other factors that improve health, reduce the risk of heart disease by 40%. lowers the risk of stroke by 27%, reduces the incidence of diabetes by almost 50%, also reduces high blood pressure, the incidence of breast cancer by 50%, can also lower the risk of colon cancer by over 60%, decrease the risk of Alzheimer's by 1/3, and decrease depression. So why don't we all make time for it? Well, that's what we're going to explore today. We're going to explore some ways to integrate it into your life, just little bits by little bits, so that you can make progress towards taking control of some of those symptoms of your Parkinson's disease. Okay, go ahead and advance the slide. All right, so I'm going to go back to my Q&A, and it looks like, oh, the chat, I apologize. We have the chat disabled today. So we're going to use the Q&A section only. Sorry about that. That's why we're doing some housekeeping. So we disabled the chat, but go ahead and we can put where you're from or your questions right in that Q&A. And it looks like people are, and so these are some great questions. We'll get to those throughout the session. We have all morning. All right. Annie, do you want to go ahead and talk about the poll?
Yes, so there's going to be a poll up on your screen right now. If you want to just take a minute to click how you heard about us, where if you saw the flyer on social media, on our website, if you're a client at ExercisAbilities, just take a minute and click on one of the selections just so we can know how you heard about us. We'll just give it about 30 more seconds here and see if we get any more answers, and then we'll turn it over to Dr. Tipton.
All right, so great. Looks like a lot of individuals are participating in support groups that they heard about us, and a lot of different varieties. So that's great. Thank you so much for participating in that poll and testing that out for us. And we really appreciate the information. So Dr. Tipton, before we get started, I'm going to tell you a few of the questions that came through so you can kind of ponder them as you go. And so somebody did ask what the role of folic acid is in Parkinson's disease. So again, just something to think about as we go, either during your session or at the end or this afternoon. Somebody has Parkinson's disease and diabetes, and they've had somebody massage their feet and wondering the benefits of that, and that they're not getting that right now. That's something they should continue to find somebody to do. So keep those questions rolling in throughout the day, and we will do our best to answer those. So as soon as you think of it, just go ahead and pop it in that Q&A. So we're going to move just a little bit early, but it's great because it gives Dr. Tipton a little extra time to chat and answer questions at the end of his session. And so you can take it away.
All right. Thank you, Melanie, and thank you for everyone who organized this. This was such a great experience back in November for part 1. And as Melanie was saying, if you weren't able to catch part 1, you know, it's available in video. So hopefully you can go back and do that. I'm going to kick into medical science behind exercise and Parkinson's disease, and this is part 2. If you caught my part one, we did an introduction to the nervous system. I talked about the concept of neurodegeneration because Parkinson's disease is a neurodegenerative disease. And then I started to talk about some of the evidence supporting a role of exercise in positively affecting those with neurodegenerative diseases. But if you recall, I don't think we talked about one study that had a human in it. We were talking about mice and rats. And I said, if you wanted to know what happens in human beings, then you'd have to come back in March. So if you're back, that means you were interested to see what happens in humans. So we'll kick on with that. And I hope that everybody was able to get some coffee this morning, maybe do some stretching, because we're going to kick things off with some fairly dense science, but I recognize that it can be dense at times. So we'll try to do things to break it up and make it more interesting for you. But I have to admit, I'm a little bit distracted right now by one of the questions that came in. Someone said they're from San Antonio, and all I can do is think about my favorite Mexican restaurant, which is in San Antonio. It's great, great mole sauce. Now I'm just craving Mexican food in the morning. Okay, so at any rate, study of exercise and neurodegenerative disease. Some of these slides are going to look familiar. But I just want to kind of mention some of the things when we're trying to figure out what is exercise doing with Parkinson's disease. What is it that we really want to know? So someone might say, does exercise prevent Parkinson's disease? And that's actually not a simple question in and of itself. That could mean, how early in life does someone need to start exercising to prevent the disease? Or what type of exercise is best? I think we had a question that was kind of teeter-tottering on that effect as well. And so there are trials and different studies that have tried to answer that question. Another question is, well, does exercise slow the progression of Parkinson's disease? So remember back to part one that Parkinson's disease, or PD, is a neurodegenerative disease. So by definition, it's progressive, slowly progressive. But is there something that we can do to make that progression even slower? And so is there a specific type of exercise that might do that? And remember, Parkinson's disease is the most complicated disease. There's not only motor symptoms, but our autonomic nervous system can be involved. Things like bladder, bowel function, blood pressure regulation, our mood, our sleep. Virtually every aspect of our health can be affected by Parkinson's disease. So if exercise is beneficial, what elements of Parkinson's disease are actually benefited? And how does it do it? If it works, how does it help? Is it actually that we're replacing brain cells that have died due to the disease? Or are we enriching connections between the brain cells that we still have? And then another question might be, well, cognitive decline can occur in Parkinson's disease, even so far as Parkinson's disease associated dementia. And can exercise do anything to help with that? And then we also have to consider that there are lots of good secondary benefits from exercise that might not have anything specifically to do with Parkinson's disease, such as exercise can prevent deconditioning. And subsequently prevent falls or other serious injuries that may appear to accelerate the disease. And then, as Melanie mentioned earlier, there are significant cardiovascular and cerebrovascular events or benefits. So, if exercise can prevent you from having a heart attack or a stroke, then that's obviously going to be a good thing, but not necessarily directly tied to Parkinson's disease. So these are some of the things that I just kind of want you to have in the back of your mind. The studies that I'm going to talk about today aren't going to address every question, but it is important to think about things with a critical eye. Now, I put this slide up here not because it represents Parkinson's disease, but this is actually a figure that was produced actually out of the Mayo Clinic in Rochester of what happens in Alzheimer's disease, a different neurodegenerative disease. But I put this up here because it's very interesting, and I think in actuality, Parkinson's disease probably follows a similar profile. So let me walk you through this table. On the bottom axis, that horizontal line, this is time, disease stage, okay? So if we think about Alzheimer's disease, folks start with no symptoms, just like any disease. And then as the disease progresses, you may move into an area that we call mild cognitive impairment, where if you were to take a memory screen in a clinic, it would score as abnormal, but it's not so severe that it's really affecting your day-to-day activities. You're still paying your bills, you're still driving without getting lost, those kinds of things. But as the disease progresses, those day-to-day functions can become involved, okay? So if we look at the dark green line, this represents clinical function. So as you can see, it begins to go up around the mild cognitive impairment line and goes up, 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 up. But if we go backwards in time or in disease stage, there are a few other interesting things. There's actually changes in the brain structure that begin before a person begins to have symptoms. And that is a change in structure that we might be able to see on a brain image. We have certain types of brain imaging, whether it's an MRI or a PET scan, that can start to detect those changes perhaps even before the patient has symptoms, or the patient becomes a patient, in other words. But even before that, if we look at the blue curve or even the red curve, this is the underlying disease. So if we were to be able to look into someone's brain with a microscope, we would actually begin to see deposits of this abnormal protein called amyloid beta in the brains of someone who is virtually destined to develop symptoms of Alzheimer's disease many, many years later. And there are good studies that have been repeated that show that this abnormal protein deposition, amyloid beta in the case of Alzheimer's disease, may begin to occur 10 to 20 years before symptoms occur. So there's something happening in the brain before anyone is aware of it. Now, let's bring this back home to Parkinson's disease. We're not talking about amyloid beta, but we are talking about another protein called alpha-synuclein. Alpha-synuclein deposits into the brain. It's a normal occurring protein, but for whatever reason, and that's kind of the trillion-dollar question, this protein becomes deposited in various aspects of the brain that after a certain period of time begins to manifest as symptoms, whether it's motor symptoms or the other ones that I mentioned earlier. So that's something we also have to consider in the back of our mind, is that there's a disease process brewing, and perhaps if we can intervene at earlier times, we may be able to have a more pronounced effect on the effect of disease moving forward in the future. So you'll recognize this slide from part one. A lot of the studies that I'm mentioning here were taken from a review article that was written by one of my mentors, Dr. Eric Alskog, who's a movement disorder specialist here at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester. And he made a few points that I think are important to consider before we really dive into the literature, and that's hurdles. This is not an easy thing to address. You know, exercise can come in lots of shapes and sizes, and so when we're trying to answer the question of does exercise work, or does any treatment work for that matter, we have to consider the level of evidence. So the lowest level of evidence is sitting across the table from your friend at Starbucks, and they say, oh, you know, I had that and I tried this and it worked. Well, that's called anecdotal evidence. You know, someone, you know, it's kind of an N of one. Only one person or maybe a few people said, yeah, that worked for me. And there you go. It hasn't really been studied. But on the end of the spectrum, we have what are called randomized controlled trials. And these are big, expensive, long trials that are carefully thought out, that have a treatment group. So someone receiving a treatment. In the case of this, our talk today, it's going to be lots of different kinds of exercise, versus a control group, you know, some group that just didn't do that treatment. And then you put them through their respective treatment. And then you measure something in a very systematic way, and you try to draw conclusions based on differences between those two groups. Now, ideally, you would be able to not let the treatment group know that they're getting treatment. The word we use for that is placebo, but it's impossible to have a placebo trial for someone that's exercising. Obviously, someone's going to know if they were exercising. So those are some things we have to consider. Where most of the evidence that we're going to be dealing with today falls somewhere between anecdotal and sort of randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled trials, which are the gold standard. Then those other considerations, which I've kind of touched on a little bit, is that Parkinson's disease is a slow-moving disease. So, you can't very well have someone exercise for a week and then, measure something a week later and make, overarching conclusions about what's going to happen to that person 10, 20 years down the road. It just doesn't work that way. And then we also have a limited number of biomarkers. I mentioned the alpha-synuclein earlier being deposited in the brains of patients with Alzheimer's or with Parkinson's disease. That would be the ideal thing, if we could look at that well, but we don't have a way of doing that yet. And so we're limited to various scales and ways of measuring movement. And that's not bad, but it's not ideal. And so again, just a limitation we have to consider. And then reporting bias, I touched on this a little bit last time, because these aren't placebo trials, the exercise group knows that they're exercising. And sometimes it's reporting, they have to say, okay, I exercised 100 minutes last week or 50 minutes last week. And, I think if we're all honest with ourselves, we do feel somewhat compelled to exercise because we know it's the right thing to do. And so there's a tendency to maybe overestimate how much one might be exercising in some of these studies. So again, another limitation we have to consider. And then, the unfortunate reality of it is that these studies are expensive, and exercise is not a medication that's gone through development from a pharmaceutical company that has a lot of money invested into it. So proving that exercise helps isn't really profitable to anyone other than the patient, but I would argue that that's the most important thing. So again, just a reality we have to consider. So now let's dive in. I'm going to get a sip of coffee, and you should too, because we're going to get really into it. So before I talk about Parkinson's disease, I'm going to go back for just a moment and talk about Alzheimer's disease. This is a study that was published in 2018, I believe. Yes, 2018, out of a network that studies patients with Alzheimer's disease. And these are specific patients with Alzheimer's disease. They're special because they carry a gene mutation that's going to cause Alzheimer's disease. It's an autosomal dominant mutation, so it's going to cause Alzheimer's disease. We have some of those same kind of mutations in Parkinson's disease, and we had a question a minute ago asking about the heritability of Parkinson's disease, and that's about 10 or 15% of patients with Parkinson's disease have a heritable disease, meaning you have a mutation, or say your mom had a mutation and she's going to pass it on to you, and you may develop the disease. So this group of Alzheimer's disease patients, there's 275 people here, had a mutation that virtually guaranteed they were going to develop the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. Furthermore, because we knew about their family history, we could also estimate when we thought they were going to develop symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. So that created a unique opportunity for us to look at different elements of what they do, their lifestyle, their diet, you name it, and see if there were factors that may hasten the development of symptoms, i.e., developing symptoms earlier, or things that they could do that would maybe push out the symptoms later. And sure enough, we're here to talk about exercise, so I probably wouldn't be mentioning this slide otherwise, but we found that in those patients that exercised, and this is aerobic exercise, so the kind of exercise that gets you hot, sweaty, and tired, those patients that exercised 150 minutes per week, and this was just them reporting that they did that, there was a delay in symptom onset, cognitive decline, symptom onset, by 15 years. And you can see that in this figure here, 15 years. We don't have a pill. There's nothing you can do that even comes close to this kind of an effect. But this is pretty remarkable here. And so we do have pretty good biomarkers in Alzheimer's disease. We can measure that amyloid beta I mentioned earlier, as well as some other other biomarkers. And those exercisers had lower levels of underlying pathology in the brain too. So it doesn't seem to be something that's independent of the disease itself. It actually seems that exercise is really helping to slow the progression of the disease. It doesn't mean that these patients didn't develop symptoms, but they developed them a decade and a half later. So very significant result. And I think that's one of those kind of smack you in the face kind of results, and a good one to start the talk off with. So now in Parkinson's disease, there are, I'm mentioning about 3 studies here that have looked at the effect of exercise in Parkinson's disease on neurotrophic factors in the brain. So what are neurotrophic factors? These are things like BDNF, as I mentioned in the on the slide here. That's brain-derived neurotrophic factor. There's GDNF, glial-derived neurotrophic factor, and these are really like fertilizer. You put it on the brain, and the connections between your brain cells get stronger, they grow, and so it's just like dumping fertilizer on your brain. Kind of think of it in that way. And there was the first study here, these figures on the right correlate with that study. They found that BDNF levels in the blood increased after 1 month of treadmill exercise in patients with Parkinson's disease. Interestingly, there was no change in their normal controls, so people without Parkinson's disease. And what did that exercise look like? That's something we have to consider. Well, it was cycling physiotherapy for 3 hours per day, pretty intense, 5 days per week, pretty intense, for 4 weeks, but not a very long period of time. And they were doing this in a controlled setting. They were being watched. So it's not like they said, yeah, I exercise for 3 hours per day. Yeah, right. This actually was happening. And I think the top right graph really tells a nice story. The black bars correlate to those patients that underwent treatment. And you can see that there was a, maybe not at the beginning, but once they started treatment, there were higher levels of BDNF, and they went up and up and kind of stabilized towards the end of the trial. There were a couple of other studies that kind of re-demonstrated this. One study had folks cycling for 1 hour per day, a little less intense, 3 days per week, less intense, but 8 weeks, so twice as long. And again, if we look at these 2 figures over here, you can see that before training, their brain-derived neurotrophic factors were relatively low, but more than, I would say probably more than doubled after the training. And then they also looked at a Parkinson's disease rating scale. So some of you may be familiar with the UPDRS. It's a way that we can kind of quantify the symptoms that someone with Parkinson's disease is dealing with. So it includes motor symptoms and all the symptoms we've talked about, basically. So it's a nice way to give a score to estimate someone's severity of disease. And before training, their scores were significantly higher than just after this 8-week period of training. So that's also pretty remarkable there. The other study that I wanted to mention is, again, another cycling interval training. These were 3 1-hour sessions, weekly 1-hour sessions, and they consisted of a 10-minute warm-up, 40 minutes of interval exercises, and then a 10-minute cool down. So not too bad. And they found that after the treatment, folks' rigidity went down, so that muscle stiffness improved. They found improvements in the motor portion of the UPDRS as well. So all of these seem to be suggestive that at least cycling can help with increased BDNF. We'll talk about what that means later, but increased BDNF as well as improving the motor scores for patients with Parkinson's disease. So midlife exercise reduces later PD risk. I've got 3 different studies in 3 different reputable journals listed here that basically show, and I'll draw your attention to this graph over here. They basically show that physical exercise, and there are different forms of physical exercise between these 3, but physical exercise seemed to be protective against developing Parkinson's disease. So how do we read this? This is a meta-analysis. So it basically means we took a bunch of studies that were similarly done and tried to put their results together to come up with stronger overall conclusions. Okay, so there are several studies here that looked at males, and if these dots fall to the left of this black line, then that means it was protective. If they fall to the right of the black line, it means that they, it didn't increase, that it wasn't protective, basically. And you'd like for these lines, not these horizontal lines, not to cross the vertical line. So you'll notice that some of those horizontal lines do cross the vertical line, and that suggests that it may not be significant. And so that's why it's important to put these results together to try to come up with more meaningful conclusions. So if we bring our eyes all the way down to the bottom, we'll see overall. And overall, this triangle is now what we're looking at, showed that there was a reduced risk, it's called a hazard ratio, a reduced risk of developing Parkinson's disease. And that was statistically significant. So it does seem like exercise in midlife of varying degrees, that there aren't a lot of consistent specifics between these studies, but exercise in midlife does seem to decrease the risk of Parkinson's disease. Okay, so how about you've got Parkinson's disease and you're exercising early on? What can that do for you? So this is a study that was published about 7 years ago. And you'll notice for most of the upcoming slides, I've got, you're going to see who and, a few other things to just try to hit the high points of these slides, of these studies, so that you really have the take home messages. So who was studied in this? Nearly 5,000 people with Parkinson's disease. And over 2,000 of those patients had a 1-year follow-up. So they followed these patients for a whole year, and they divided them into 3 groups. The non-exercisers were, 0 minutes per week. The low exercisers were 1 to 150 minutes per week. And then the regular exercisers were more than 150 minutes per week. Now, remember how significant 150 minutes of exercise per week was in preventing Alzheimer's disease. So you're going to see this number crop up a lot, and I'd like for you to remember that 150 minutes of exercise per week. So what they found is that the regular exercisers, those exercising more than 150 minutes per week at baseline, so the first time they evaluated these patients, they scored higher on quality of life scales, their mobility scores were better, and their overall physical function was improved. Now, fast forward to 1 year later on the follow-up, they found that the regular exercisers compared to the other groups had a slower or less progression of their disease as measured by that UPDRS score. Caregiver burden was also less, and there was also less cognitive decline. Now, one limitation, we want to be transparent in these studies, and no study is perfect. One limitation, which I've highlighted on the left, is that the regular exercisers had a little bit shorter disease duration. Their disease duration was 4.9 years compared to about 6 in the other ones. So, you could make the argument, well, your regular exercisers, the disease just wasn't as severe because they hadn't had the disease longer. And that would be a valid argument. But I think overall, that doesn't negate the results that they were able to come up with in this study. So it does seem that 150 minutes per week is a somewhat magic number. So we mentioned cognitive issues earlier in Parkinson's disease, and I've got a few slides looking at the impact of exercise in Parkinson's disease and related cognitive impairment. And I think I do want to preface this a little bit, and it's probably worth a slide in and of itself, but cognitive impairment can occur in Parkinson's disease. We don't quite understand fully the best predictors of cognitive decline in Parkinson's disease, but in general, one way you can think about this is that for about the first 13 1/3 years, cognition is relatively stable in Parkinson's disease. But after that, then you start to notice a decline. Now, that's just an average, so that doesn't tell you about any one specific individual, but it's a nice way to think about that the first decade or so, cognition is going to be relatively stable, assuming that medications are optimized and everything else is equal. But the cognitive impairment of Parkinson's disease that does tend to develop is one of kind of what we call frontal subcortical dysfunction. And so what that really means is it's issues with executive function, so our ability to plan, to multitask, to stay on target, to think critically. And our processing speed can also slow as well. And so those things together kind of manifest as this frontal lobe executive dysfunction. So if I use that terminology, that's really what I'm talking about. So critically thinking, thinking quickly, problem solving, logically, multitasking, that sort of thing. So in this study, we had 28 people with Parkinson's disease, and the exercise intervention program was done on 15 of them. And this consisted of a combination of both strength training and cardiovascular training. Now notice up to this point, we've really not talked about strength training. It's all been some variation of aerobic exercise, so whether it's cycling or treadmill, that sort of thing. But they had 2 one-hour sessions per week for 12 weeks, so 3 months. And they found by measuring cognition with a variety of neuropsychological tests, which you can see at the bottom left, that the exercise group had improved scores in those tests that correlated with frontal lobe-based executive function. So worded more simply, exercise improved executive function. This is a very similar study that was published around the same time, I believe. Again, mid-20s on patients, so 24 patients with Parkinson's disease. The intervention was 6 months this time, so twice as long. And there were 3 groups. One where they did individual exercises, one where they did group exercises, so kind of incorporating sort of the social aspect. And then a third group was the control, where they got to do whatever they wanted to do. And they measured, again, executive function with a couple of specific cognitive tests, one called the Wisconsin card sorting test and the other called the Raven colored progressive matrices, which you can see in the bottom right. All of that to measure frontal lobe function or frontal lobe executive function. And I put the details of their exercise on the far right in the blue box. And their exercise sessions, they actually sound kind of fun. Started with 10 minutes of stretching with some background music, and then 25 minutes with a variety of different kind of proprioceptive and strength activities, and then 25 minutes of walking and balancing with different support bases and directions. And then they ended with another stretching and music session. And what they found at the end of the study was, again, that exercise improved executive function. So really echoing the results of the previous study. So thinking back to the limitations of being able to study exercise with Parkinson's disease, remember, we're probably not going to have one of those gold standard randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled trials that have thousands and thousands of patients. But if we have multiple studies, even if they're small, multiple studies looking at similar outcomes that are well organized, and you're getting similar results, then you're starting to build a case that, these aren't just one-offs and it wasn't just related to kind of one study where folks lucked out. We're repeating this. And so it's really building the case for a positive impact of exercise on Parkinson's disease. Okay, so this is a little bit more. So again, 17 people with Parkinson's disease. The intervention this time was a treadmill, and patients underwent 12 45-minute sessions, 1 per day, 3 days per week for 4 weeks. So not bad. I think that's a pretty reasonable thing. And then the control group, they were required to have, quote, regular social interactions. I don't really know what that means. I don't know that means that they, went to a support group or if they went to a bar with friends, but regular social interactions. The measurement was a different kind of test looking at frontal lobe function. And they also did a 6-minute walking test. And sure enough, at the end of the trial, after just 4 weeks, they noticed that the treadmill group was improved with cognitive scores of the frontal lobe, and motor features. So this study suggests that it not only helps cognition, but it also helps the motor features, which kind of falls well in line with one of the earlier studies that I mentioned as well with the BDNF. A little bit more. I hope that you're catching that this is a trend and this hasn't just been shown on 1 or 2 studies. 20 people with Parkinson's disease. This study came out in 2009, so this isn't new information. 20 people with Parkinson's disease, a little different exercise program, aerobics. It was considered sort of a moderate intensity over a long duration, and the specifics are listed on that far right. I'll spare you the details there, because I think we'll get into more of that as the day progresses, as the morning progresses rather. And these sessions were 60 minutes, 3 per week for 6 months. Again, exercise improved cognition on the Wisconsin card sorting test, which is another measure of frontal function. So this is just, I'm kind of hitting you with the same kind of information over and over again to increase our confidence in these results. This is actually a bigger study, a little bit bigger study, but it was nice in that it was a randomized trial of aerobic exercise. And the training was a little bit different, but again, the results were virtually the same. So they had 43 patients with Parkinson's disease. They had what was considered a continuous exercise training versus an interval training. And again, improved cognition on the Wisconsin card sorting test. So bam, 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 lots of results, all supporting the same thing. So now what do we think's going on in the brain in these folks? I mean, is it one of those things where we just feel better because we exercise, you know, we get those endorphins up and you just feel better, and so everything else sort of secondarily gets better? Or does it go deeper? And there were some really interesting studies that have been published over the past few years. This one actually came out 7 years ago. But this study used a particular type of brain imaging known as functional MRI. And that allows us to look not only at the structure of the brain, but to look at how well the brain is connected. So our brain is just if you were here for part 1, you saw how just intensely connected and intricate this system is. It's the most complicated circuit there is. We have over 86 billion neurons in the brain, and that amounts to a little over 1,000 trillion, if you can imagine how many zeros that is, 1,000 trillion connections between all those cells. So you can imagine that, you know, it would take a system that's that complex to allow us to do the things that we do every day: walk, talk, sing, whatever. So this study looked at the functional connectivity within the brains of patients that have Parkinson's disease, and they looked at the change over 3 years. So there's no exercise in this study, but I'm just showing you what happens in Parkinson's disease. And so if we direct our eyes to the middle pictures here, the red areas, and this is looking at the change over time. So bear with me, because this does get a little bit complex, but the change over time. So when the patients were enrolled in this study compared to 3 years, you know, when they finished the study, they were looking to see if there was a change in connectivity between different brain regions. And to make a long story short, if an area is red or orange, there was decreased connectivity compared to what it was 3 years ago. So worded another way, over time, there's a decrease in connectivity between different areas in the brain. And we think that that's part of the reason why you get sort of the slowed processing speed in Parkinson's disease, because the connections just aren't as good. It's almost like, you know, instead of turning a back road into an interstate, you know, if you have a traffic jam on the interstate, you have to take a back road, and things are not going as quickly or as efficiently. And so that's what this study is essentially showing, is that the connectivity is decreased over time, and a relatively short period of time too, 3 years, even though we're talking about a disease that's just slowly progressive. But there are some more things happening under the hood here. So what happens if we exercise? Well, this was a really neat study. And they were looking at patients doing a motor sequence learning task. And basically all this was they had folks sitting at a keyboard, and they were presented on a screen with different visual images. And based on a particular set of rules, if the image matched those set of rules, then the person hit the key. If it didn't match those set of rules, then the person didn't hit the key. So it was a way of kind of measuring reaction times. And so they tested them at baseline before any kind of intervention. And then they had them do 3 months of recumbent bike training. So it was 1-hour sessions 3 times per week. And then they had them do the testing again. So they measured their reaction times, but they measured their reaction times while they were looking at functional connectivity in the brain. So we have sort of a symptomatic or cognitive outcome measure, but we're also looking into the brain to find this measure as well. And there was a nice correlation between all these things. And let me kind of walk you through a couple of these figures. So before the treatment, the reaction times were down here. The connections in a particular area of the brain called the striatum were low. But after the training, they went up. In a different area of the brain, the hippocampus, the left one in this case, low, went up. In the right cerebellum, a different area, low, went up. So there's 3 examples of increased connectivity in these brain regions. And somewhere on here, I hope that the images are a little bit bigger on your screen than they are on mine. But they found that the reaction time improved as well. And I believe that may be what's over here. I apologize, I'm having a hard time reading that. But suffice it to say, there was improvement in the reaction time and in the connectivity. So it appears that there's something going on with the underlying disease process. Now, granted, we're not measuring alpha-synuclein, but we are measuring those connections between the brain. Now, think back to what we were talking about at the very beginning of my talk, where I mentioned BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, that kind of fertilizer that helps our connections to become more enriched. Perhaps, and this is just a theory at this point, because there are more studies that need to be done, but perhaps because the BDNF is increasing, it is in fact enriching our connections, and we can actually see improvements in cognition and connectivity with exercise. Okay, so I believe this is the last study. Last study that I'm going to mention. And this is a very similar study. We're looking at brain connectivity, but after a exercise training period of 8 weeks. And this was a really cool study. So the 2 groups, it wasn't just a sit on the couch and hang out control kind of group, but both groups were exercise groups. The difference was that one group was on they were both on stationary bikes. One group went at their voluntary rate, so whatever was comfortable for them. The other group, there was some fancy engineering done on the bike that pushed them to go about 35%, at least 35% faster than what their voluntary rate was. So really kind of pushing someone. And they found that in the group where we were kind of forcing things to be pushed further, that connectivity increased at a greater rate. So bottom line with that one, how fast you pedal matters. And sort of a correlate of that sometimes we'll say, I talk to my patients about making sure that you're getting good aerobic exercise. And they say, well, hey, I'm walking. And I say, well, tell me about your walking. And they'll say something like, well, I walk with my friends. We have good conversation. We talk about the weather, the news, yada, yada, yada. And I say, whoa, 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 whoa. You're walking and talking. If you really want to make sure you're getting your heart rate up, you got to get hot, sweaty, and tired. You're going to have a hard time carrying out a complete sentence if you're walking fast enough. So how fast you pedal matters. How fast you're walking, maybe not how fast, but how hard you're working your heart really does matter. And I expect that these type of data, these type of studies we'll become more specific as we move forward. But overall, I hope that I've convinced you that there's pretty compelling evidence, not only in mice and rats, which we talked about in November, but in humans, in both Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease, that exercise is beneficial. And so hopefully you'll be able to join us for part 3, when I'll kind of do a rapid review of everything we've talked about. And honestly, I think everybody else is sort of giving a call to action and giving you practical ways of exercising. So we'll open it up for questions. I think there might be like 2 minutes for questions if my watch is right. Melanie?
Yes, there is. And wow, thank you. That was such a great synopsis of the recent research. And I just wanted to say, who out there is either one, really already thinking about how they can achieve that 150 minutes a week of exercise, and 2, if you have been doing that, thinking, I'm so glad that I've been an exerciser, and where would my symptoms be if I weren't an exerciser? And so you could be on either of those spectrums sitting there today. And so I encourage you to stay tuned in, because we're going to give you some really great information throughout the whole morning, and an opportunity for some roundtable discussion, maybe to help solve some of those quandaries of, I don't know where to get started. I don't know how to get started, or am I doing the right thing now? And so, yeah, one of the questions that I'll bring up that was really great from Warren, he says, Davis Finney, a champion cyclist, developed early onset Parkinson's disease. Clearly, he was getting plenty of exercise. Is early onset, and I would also offer different types of caused motor movement disorders. Are they different?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I don't know how fast I can click here to get back to that, but I'll draw your attention, and what I'm about to say is theory. So this study that I mentioned earlier, it is a nice correlate, different disease, albeit, but nice way to sort of answer your question. These folks still developed Alzheimer's disease. They had a causative mutation that said they were going to develop Alzheimer's disease, but because of our understanding of that disease, we knew that there was some kind of factor that resulted in symptom onset much later than it would have been. So my argument, and there's no way anyone can prove me right or prove me wrong with this, is that Davis Finney probably would have developed symptoms earlier if he was a couch potato.
Yeah, and I think, the other thing too that often comes up in this conversation is movement disorders that are caused by trauma, especially slow brain injury in sports like football or boxing. Hard to correlate this research to that specifically. So I guess that's a question.
It is. And, we have to consider that's one of the reasons why these types of studies are so difficult, is because, to really, really, really answer the question, you've got to follow a lot of people for a very long time. And you really need to know what happened to them in their entire life before they developed symptoms too. So not only how much did they exercise, did they smoke, did they eat, I don't know, pick something random, because there are lots of factors that we just haven't identified yet. So, brain trauma can factor into that as well. Trauma virtually anywhere to the body can factor that in as well. And so those are all limitations to being able to study this type of thing. So I think the jury's still out on a lot of those elements.
Good. Let's do one more. I think this one might be, maybe you can answer it and then we can talk about it later as well. I have heart medication that limits my heart rate. It is very difficult to push myself. And so kind of looking at that, is there any suggestions?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I would certainly, for anyone that has cardiac conditions, we certainly want to defer to the cardiologist or whoever the managing physician is for that. But, there are ways that you can work on strength exercise. So if you think about Parkinson's disease being a neurodegenerative disease, that's a brain disease. It's kind of the computer, the software that's telling the hardware, the muscles what to do. And so if your muscles aren't strong, If you're deconditioned, it doesn't matter how well the signals are coming out of the brain or out of the computer, because the muscles just can't do what they're intended to do. So even if you're not able to get that intense aerobic exercise, excuse me, I should say, even if you're not able to get that heart rate up, still working the muscles to make sure that they're ready to work whenever the brain says they need to work is also really beneficial.
Great, that sounds good. So we will move on to the next presenters, but I'm going to throw out a couple of questions just for others to think about or think about through the morning. And I think they might be answered as we move on. But there was one question about the best exercise for fine motor skills. And so as we roll through the physical therapists and our exercise physiologists and trainers and occupational therapists to address that. And as well, another one, how does one exercise hard within limitations of Parkinson's disease? So stay tuned. I know these questions will get addressed as we move on. So I'm going to introduce our wonderful physical therapy students that are joining us next. We have Chris Lee, Crystal Corrett, Nate Framstead, and Sean Tomaz, who are all joining us, have prepared a wonderful presentation for us about exercise and considerations of community-based exercise. So whoever is presenting first, if you can unmute yourself, then we'll get the slides up.
Yes, thank you. So it's great to be here. This is a great opportunity for us physical therapy students from the Mayo Clinic to be able to present to you and kind of pass on some of our knowledge to kind of outside of the classroom. It's really great. So I am Sean Tomez. I will be presenting. I'll be the first one to kick us off today for this section of lectures. And then along with Nate and Crystal and Chris, we'll all be presenting a little tidbit of information on different topics. Next slide, please. Or can I control? Oh, I can. Or no. Okay. So I'm going to kick us off with some Nordic Walking and the tools used with Nordic Walking. Then we'll switch paths here a little bit and do cover the big program, and then we'll move to Tai Chi. So next, please. Perfect. All right. Walking, Nordic Walking or walking sticks. Next slide, please. So I'm going to cover Parkinson's disease and ambulating with hiking sticks. Now this is often called Nordic Walking, but it also goes by the term as pole striding or pole walking. If you hear any of those terms, they all mean the same thing. It's still this walking with these bilateral poles in each hand, about waist height. It's all the same, no matter what term you hear. Next slide, please. So, Nordic Walking, what is it good for? Next. Well, I am sorry, Mr. Edwin Starr, but walking sticks have been gaining popularity for very good reason. They are very beneficial. Nordic Walking classes, walking with others, socially distanced, of course, these days increases motivation. So it keeps people involved in that continuous exercise that Dr. Tipton was covering, 150 minutes a day. It keeps you coming back for more, this social interaction. Using these sticks lowers the level of perceived exertion. You're able to use your arms to kind of assist you with your ambulation. They can be used year round. Minnesota winters, that's kind of where we're presenting from, Rochester, Minnesota. It can be a little tricky sometimes, but the walking sticks kind of give you 2 more points of balance, and it helps you ambulate throughout the entire year, no matter what the season. It activates more musculature using the arms and upper body more. And some report that anecdotally that they feel better than using a cane or walker because of that perceived disability. Some people might perceive them, or they feel they are perceived as more disabled just because of the use of a cane, wheelchair, or walker. Next slide, please. All right, sounds great. And next, but what's the data? I hope when anytime anyone is trying to sell you something, we should be like Tom Cruise here. We want, show me the data. That should be the first question on your mind. Next, please. So a systematic review with a meta-analysis, Dr. Tipton covered this as well. These are basically, they're trying to draw conclusions from multiple studies. So they took 4 randomized controlled trials and that performed Nordic Walking versus control groups. So these control groups often contained individuals who were just performing walking on a treadmill or just walking without the sticks, while the trial group was actually using the walking sticks. And then next. All right, keep clicking, please. So the participants, there's 73 in total with Parkinson's in across all 4 of the randomized controlled trials, and they all varied in severity, 1 to 4. So they range from mild to advanced Parkinson's disease. So we got a wide net. We cast quite a wide net with this. Treatment time between all these studies range anywhere from 8 to 24 weeks, and they traditionally used 2 to 3 times a week. They traditionally exercise that many times a week. And one more, please. Duration times typically ran from 60 to 70 minutes per treatment session. So again, this aligns a lot with what Dr. Tipton was saying, about 1 hour per day for about 3 days per week. So about 3 hours a week. And that kind of gets you within that 150-minute range. Next, please. All right, so this isn't the data. This is who was included. So you want me to show you, I know you're all itching and ready for the actual hard facts. So next slide, please. Okay, so Dr. Tipton showed something like this. This is what's called a forest plot. And I don't know if you can see my mouse here, but these green dots kind of to the left side of the forest plot, those are the summative results of each study, with the triangle being, again, like the average of all 4 of the studies. And a couple more, you can click a couple times here. Perfect. So this red side here indicates the control group. So if this green dot fell over on the red side of this forest plot, it would indicate that the study concluded that the control group was favored. There are better results, such as, so maybe if it fell over there, it would indicate maybe walking on a treadmill or just walking without the Nordic sticks was better. But we can see here that all 4 studies fell within the trial group of individuals using the Nordic walking stick. So again, the summative results, every single trial showed positive results for the use of walking sticks or Nordic walking. Next, please. And a couple more times. All right, so it included improved timed up and go. So that's essentially, it measures the speed of which a person gets up from a chair, walks 10 feet, walks back to the chair and sits down. So improved time, they improved the speed on that test. It improved time for self-selected walking speed. So it was that's just measuring someone's speed of which they are walking naturally. So people were walking faster just by using these sticks. It increased the 6-minute walk test time. And so that's essentially, it measures the distance an individual is able to walk over a total of 6 minutes on a hard, flat surface. So people were able to walk longer or further, a further distance in a given amount of time. And you can click, I think, about 3 times here. Yep, and these results correspond to each of these studies. The colors I have coordinating, so you know which study found which results. All right, and 3 more times. Oh, minus 1 time, negative 1 time. Okay, so we should be a little reserved. Can we go 1 more click forward, please? There we go. We should be a little reserved. We should stop. Again, with all data, it's not perfect. These studies don't cover every single scenario. It's a small sample size, and only 1 study had a follow-up. So we don't really know from these 4 particular studies that were looked at, We don't know how long these effects lasted, but from Dr. Tipton's study lecture, we kind of got an idea that they last a long time, and it's very positive. And it did not account for age or Parkinson's disease progression, but it did include individuals who ranged all from minimal to advanced Parkinson's disease. So very favorable. And we can go on to the next slide, please. And here are just some of my resources. And if you were looking to get into or find more information, this Nordic Walking queen is actually located and based in Minnesota. And then there's more resources and local resources and support through the Parkinson's Foundation, and specifically for the Minnesota and the Dakotas. So if you're looking to kind of pick up this hobby, you can find more information through here, or even through ExercisAbilities. And next slide. I'm going to hand it off now to my classmates here, my colleagues. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, thank you, Sean. Good afternoon. Again, just want to say thank you for letting us be here today. So I'll be transitioning over to the Lee-Silverman Voice Training Big program. For this portion, I just want to ask a quick question. If you could just put it in the chat box if you participate in this, just so I have an idea on our audience and their knowledge base on this program. But with that said, before I begin, I just want to put a disclaimer that I am not a certified Lsvt Big clinician. I'm only a student at this time, but I became interested in the Lsvt Big program after watching a physical therapist provide this program to a man that was diagnosed with PD. For me, I always thought the movements looked interesting, and I didn't understand why patients were being asked to move in these large movements. But I decided to investigate it and found about all the major benefits that Lsvt Big can provide. So throughout my portion of this presentation, I'll just be telling you the research behind the Lsvt Big program and the history, but I believe later on, Jordan from our 10:30, 11 o'clock hour will be going through some of these exercises with you. So next slide, please. So now the question is, what is Lsvt Big? Lsvt Big is an intensive, effective, one-on-one treatment created to help people with PD and other neurological conditions to address walking, balance, and other activities of daily living. For example, this can include writing, so that fine motor movements that we were talking about earlier, dressing and getting up from a chair, or even job-related tasks. Next slide, please. So Lsvt was, as stated previously, stands for the Lee-Silverman Voice Treatment. The image on the right is Miss Lee Silverman, a woman with advanced PD for whom this treatment is named. When Dr. Lorraine Remig, the inventor of Lsvt, met her in 1987, her family's main wish was that they could just hear and understand her. It was at the Lee Silverman Center for Parkinson's Disease in Scottsdale, Arizona, that Dr. Remig developed and studied the initial protocol for the speech treatment known today as Lsvt Loud. This speech treatment is the basis for the Lsvt Big physical therapy or occupational therapy protocol. But in the early 2000s, they began to reformat the Lsvt Loud and apply and transfer those same principles to form this Lsvt Big program I'll be talking about. Next slide, please. So as many of you know, Parkinson's disease has many different symptoms and characteristics presented with it. The good news is that Lsvt Big addresses everything listed on this slide. So the bradykinesia, or the slowness of movement, the inadequate muscle activation occurs, the dual tasking. So for example, a difficulty in walking and talking at the same time, or moving your hands and trying to walk, however that may be. Dyskinesia, or the abnormality or impairment of your voluntary movements, fall history, freezing of gait, or fascination, and then shuffling in small scaled gait, or just other tasks such as difficulty with transfers, standing up from a chair, getting in and out of bed. It has been proven that this Lsvt Big program can help address each and every one of these. So next slide, please. So throughout these next two slides, I just have snapshots from different research and just different quotes that I pulled from each individual one and the benefits of an Lsvt Big program before we talk about what an Lsvt Big program would look like. So benefits include the improvement in the UPDRS motor score. So that's our evaluation as physical therapists and health specialists on your severity of Parkinson's disease. And what they found out that the Lsvt Big actually has a better outcome than Nordic Walking in their study and domestic training. So again, one of the limitations within this specific study was that the Nordic Walking was not a supervised training program and the domestic training was not either, or just basic home exercise program, but the Lsvt Big is a one-on-one program. And so that may be one of the benefits or limitations to the study too. There's also associated with improvements in your reaction time, improved balance, gait, and bed mobility. That been decreased the negative impact of that slowness of movement in the cognitive performance. It can improve your dual tasking, a significant improvement in your 10-meter walk test, your timed up and go, or your overall stride length for walking if you guys have participated in physical therapy before. And then improve client perception of your occupational performance. So those who were still working at that time and participated in Lsvt Big program, they felt that at the end of it, they were able to perform better at their workplace. And then recalibration of proprioceptive processing. So proprioception is essentially just being able to feel where you are in space. So if you close your eyes, try to stand still, that is just one example how your body feels where you are without some of the other sensory issues. Next slide, please. So other benefits include improvement on their depression, anxiety, and fatigue that they're experiencing, the wearing off phenomenon. So within PD, your drugs can wear off over time and you'll have to have an increase or a change within some of the medications that you're receiving. So it has been shown to decrease the wearing off phenomenon that occurs. And then lastly, for those early patients or those stage 1 PD patients, it has been shown to have a long lasting impact up to 3 months after the program has occurred. And then for those later stage patients, demonstrate with a improved balance and gait overall for those who participated in both Lsvt Big and a Tai Chi program. And we'll be talking about Tai Chi later on. So we talked about all the benefits. So now let's look at the next slide, please. The process of Lsvt Big. So Lsvt Big is based off of 4 main neuroplasticity principles. So neuroplasticity is the concept of your brain being able to regrow, learn, reorganize to help us improve. The 4 main principles used is specificity, intensity, repetition, and saliency. So specificity is being able to develop this program specific to you and being able to tailor it towards you to reach your specific outcomes and whatever you are struggling with. So specific training to help improve. The intensity, it's a very intensive program where you'll be challenged both physically and mentally at times throughout this program to develop and help yourself grow. Repetition, there are a ton of repetitions in this program where you'll be doing on a daily basis 7 different exercises for a minimum of 8 repetitions for 30 days total. So you'll be asked to participate a lot. And then saliency is like, our therapists that are giving you these programs are going to want to make it important to you. They want you to buy in. And so they're going to develop this program specific to you that you feel like it is important and you are achieving your individual outcomes. Next slide, please. So this slide here, we're going to take a look at the pre-treatment cycle for Lsvt Big. So when they developed Lsvt Big, so if you're referring to the image, I don't think you can see my pointer, but on the bottom slide, the thought process, Parkinson's disease can cause reduced amplitude of the motor output. So your muscles aren't going to fire as effectively. And this is going to move us over to causing us to produce softer voice, smaller movements, and ultimately, we're going to just get smaller in our own individual worlds. And we're not going to recognize that we're getting smaller within our movement. So even though that it is happening, we don't recognize that it is happening. And then lastly, we can't self-correct those issues that are occurring. So that's where Lsvt Big comes in. Next slide, please. Where we're going to try addressing all of these in different ways. So we're going to increase the amplitude and motor output. So we're going to do big and large movements that are going to overemphasize those movements, causing for the smaller movements to become bigger. So produce a louder voice and larger movements, moving us up to the top to improve our self-perception of those awareness. So you may feel weird that you're moving so big at that time, but in reality, you're almost moving in a normal pattern. And then you'll be able to develop a self-cueing issue, or be able to self-cue and self-identify that you're moving smaller. And so our goal is to help you to self-recognize how small you're moving, to move big, and to feel better in your overall environment. Next slide, please. So the Lsvt Big treatment fundamentals we're going to make an exercise program that is based on large amplitude whole body movements. The way this program is designed is that it's going to have daily carryover assignments. So you're going to have homework. You're going to go home, do these exercises for 30 days, for 30 total days. And then you'll be in the clinic for 4 consecutive days a week for 4 weeks total. So a total of 16 one-on-one sessions with another therapist that is certified within this program. And they're going to walk you through these intensive high effort therapy programs with a bunch of different exercises. Next slide, please. Some of these exercises, there's going to be 7 different exercises. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to walk you through each individual one, but one example here is on the right. You can see these big movements that this individual is moving within the image on the right here. And you're going to do each one of these for 1 set, 8 repetitions for your therapy sessions. And as you go home too, you'll have different exercises. Then you'll have functional component tasks. So these are patient-driven movements. So if you're struggling with a sit to stand, your bed mobility, your therapist is going to design some of these exercises specifically to you and what you are struggling with. Some hierarchy tasks can include some of those fine motor movements. So Mr. McIntyre, you asked a question about fine motor movements. Well, a therapist can work with you and identify, hey, you're struggling with these fine motor specific hierarchy tasks. So they can help you with dressing, such as buttoning, zipping, or buckling, or maybe you're having difficulty cooking at home. So they can assist in giving you exercises that will help you open bottles or cans, grasping utensils, cutting, whatever that may be. So the benefit of these programs is that it's a one-on-one therapy session that is designed towards you and has some general principles for everyone, but will be designed towards you to help you improve where you think you need to improve at too. And then lastly, you'll be asked to participate in a walking program too. Next slide, please. So just for the sake of time, these exercises are going to include maximum sustained movements, multi-directional repetitive movements, and functional component tasks. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to walk through each one of these, but essentially they're just different type of exercises to help achieve your individual goals, as we were talking before. With that said, I'm going to transfer over to Crystal and Chris for Tai Chi.
Hello, my name is Chris. I'll be working with Crystal to present on Tai Chi. So you might have heard about Tai Chi before or seen it around, but we'll discuss it in regards to how it can help you as far as Parkinson's disease. So just as a FYI, Tai pretty much means bigger, great, and Chi means ultimate energy. Next slide, please. So what is it? It is an ancient practice. It was actually created in China. And it's a form of physical activity or exercise, kind of working on controlling the stability of movement, even your speed of breath. And really important part is actually the peace of mind. It is low impact, moderate intensity, and low center of gravity. It also kind of entails slow, graceful, and precise movements. So it's looking pretty good so far, doesn't it? Next slide, please. So Tai Chi, why do it? What's the purpose? Well, there's been actually a lot of studies on it. So it's used widely to promote mental and physical health, and it's been used in preventing chronic diseases among all ages. That's just overall health. and it's been proven to improve strength, flexibility, coordination, and balance, which is going to be important for us. I think it's important to include the mind in there as well. So one of the quotes was that it combines the mind, body, soul together in one workout. Next slide, please. So you might not have known this. There's actually 5 major styles of Tai Chi, and these are Sun, Yang, Chen, Wu, and Hai. And on the next slide, we'll discuss what each of these kind of entail. Next slide, please. So I won't read through everything, but I'll give you a general synopsis. So the Sun is kind of the unique footwork and the gentle flowing circular movements. This is probably one of the more popular ones that you've seen around, maybe in movies too. Yang is kind of expanding and contracting the body with big exaggerated movements. Kind of some parallels to Lsvt Big here, except with this one, you're moving kind of more slowly and gracefully. So the Sun and Yang are actually more of the more common ones used in studies and for Parkinson's disease. The other 3, not so much, but I'll kind of go over just briefly. Chen's more of the explosive movements, including jumps and kicks and strikes. Not so much for us, but it kind of parallels to how we use boxing as well. And Wu uses a lot of extension of the body and leaning forward and backward. And Hao is kind of that more spiritual version of Tai Chi using Qi. Next slide, please.
Hey. Oh. Sorry about that. Can you turn it off here? Yep, there we go. Okay, so I'm just going to take you guys through some examples. So this is an example of Sun style Tai Chi. So like Chris mentioned, this focuses on the unique footwork with the gentle flowing and circular hand movements. So you can kind of see some of that they're doing in the image. And we also really like that this can be adapted to be seated as well. So next slide, please. So then this is our Yang style Tai Chi. So this is the one that reminds us of Lsvt Big too, with those expanding and contracting of the body with those big exaggerated movements. And here the focus is really that you're doing that slowly and gracefully. So this is just an example, if you can see here from the images, of bringing your hands in and then moving them out. And so a lot of these movements, it takes a lot of training to be an instructor for Tai Chi, but luckily it's pretty easy to learn and follow along in these classes. So next slide, please. Okay, and this is just another example of Yang style, but as we can see, that can also be adapted to seated. So these are just 2 examples of ward off right and Fair Lady works the shuttle to the left. So quite the names as well. They're very specific. And next slide, please. Okay, so we know that there's evidence for improvement from Tai Chi along with aerobic exercise and dance. Tai Chi significantly improved quality of life in Parkinson's disease patients. It's also a relatively safe activity that can result in gains in general motor function, improvements of bradykinesia and balance. And Tai Chi and Qigong therapy were shown to have a beneficial influence on motor and non-motor function. And next slide, please. So it's also very flexible and affordable. Many Tai Chi classes now have virtual options using Zoom, which is really cool. I found an example of one that I haven't personally tried, but I thought it was really cool. It's only $5 and it's virtual too. There's many community-based and low-cost options such as Med City Tai Chi if you're here in Rochester, or some YMCAs offer it. So next slide, please. And that is our references. So I really encourage you guys to look at some of these programs that are in your area or offered virtually. We also had a question in the chat regarding boxing, and that is also another popular community-based program for those with Parkinson's disease. And the Parkinson's Foundation also has a really good website on how to find those resources in your area. And those programs, some of them are also being offered virtually now too.
Thank you so much for that great presentation on all the many exercise opportunities that are truly specialized to Parkinson's disease. as well as other movement disorders that are similar. And some of you may have already heard of some of these, and it's a repeat, but you're wondering, how do I find out where these are offered? How do I access them in my own community, since not everyone is located in our Rochester area? So for those of you located in our Rochester area, there are many resources for all of the things that they talked about. The Nordic Walking, you know, what's great about that is that's something you can really do on your own. We've talked about here at ExercisAbilities forming some Nordic Walking groups, and we're kind of in the process of doing that actually before COVID, the pandemic hit. And so something to look for once we get cleared and we can get outside again and it's safe for all of us to get together, is getting some support groups together and going for walks regularly. That's one great way. And you could self-organize that, because I know a lot of individuals in your community, you do attend support groups and you have some of that support network with others who are experiencing Parkinson's disease. So that is a great example of something that you can do on your own. Organizing social groups is always a great idea, and involving exercise in that social group, what better way to achieve your activity minutes? In addition, when they presented the Lsvt Big, you know, just a clarification on that is typically a program, as Nate said, that is delivered by physical therapists or occupational therapists. It's usually within a rehabilitation center, often a medical center. And here in Rochester, Mayo Clinic does offer Lsvt Big. What Jordan is going to be presenting next, as I roll into introducing him, is the community-based intervention of Lsvt Big Power, PWR exclamation mark. And Jordan's going to tell us a little bit more about that. But that is the continuation of Lsvt Big. Often people find that they learn Lsvt in that 30-day session with their physical therapist, but they go home and it's tough. They lack motivation, that social network to keep them going, or just maybe it's not safe. Maybe they're worried that they might fall if they try to do those things at home. And so strongly encouraging accessing a community-based center that specializes in motor control, like Parkinson's disease, motor impaired syndromes. There are specialists for that, that get special training and teach power. And we recommend that here in Rochester, both 125 Live, the Senior Center, and ExercisAbilities offer power classes. Again, those are on hold because of the pandemic, unfortunately. And so accessing online courses is a great idea. I'm going to roll on to Jordan. And so Jordan Montez is an exercise physiologist here at ExercisAbilities. He's trained in delivering power, PWR exclamation mark, and both Zach and Jordan are here, so I'll introduce Zach Curry as well. There you go, you were upside down for a moment. So Zach and Jordan are getting set up, and you guys are gonna get up and move. So I encourage you to please take breaks when you need them. Your medication and bathroom schedule and snack schedule, please go ahead and do that. You can pop in and out, on and off. But don't leave just yet, because now we're going to put this into practice and we're going to get you up and moving. So Jordan and Zach from our Exercise Therapeutic Health team, take it away.
Morning, everybody. I'm Zach, Therapeutic Health Specialist here at ExercisAbilities, Power Certified as well as Health Coaching Certified.
Jordan Montez, Exercise Physiologist and Exercise Specialist and Health Coach Certified. So you guys have gotten a ton of information on, the importance of exercise. That last presentation, they discussed a lot of, why like Lsvt, what a lot of those programs have to offer, and kind of the why behind the movements. Today, the program that a lot of the movements that we're going to be showing are from the Power program. That's PWR, Parkinson's Wellness Recovery. Again, very similar to the Lsvt or Big and Loud, any of those programs. And the last Parkinson's seminar we had, Rio talked a lot about all the different types of exercise that's offered, right? You have dance classes, you have power, you have Big and Loud, Parkinson's drumming. And what you'll start to see is there's really a correlation with all these classes. Some of the big themes that we see, one is we see a lot of extension of trunk. We see a lot of work on rotation. We see oftentimes some dexterity exercises.
exercises for our eyes, some tracking, things like that, exercises for our voice. And in addition to that, all of these classes typically have exercises done from standing, seated, all fours position, supine, so laying on your back, and prone, laying on your stomach. And again, what's fantastic about exercise, a lot of the Parkinson's-based exercise programs, how it's been explained to me oftentimes, Parkinson's is like aging on steroids, right? And so, you know, as we age, things have a tendency to slow down a little bit. It's natural to see someone in the aging process, maybe to have a little bit more of that sort of rounded kyphotic posture. Maybe they're shuffling a little bit more. They get a little bit of softer voice. But when we have a Parkinson's diagnosis or we have Parkinson's disease, those things, you know, those symptoms are sped up, right? We really start to see that folded posture, the softening of the voice, you know, fine motor skills, those things become very difficult for us. And so all these programs, that's what they're covering, is they're targeting, it's kind of all in one, right? If you struggle more with, one of the questions someone had asked earlier was, well, how do I know if I'm not wasting my time? You know, what exercises should I do? Like, how do I know I'm not wasting my time? And that's what's great about these classes, is they're sort of all encompassing. Now, you as an individual, right, as it was previously mentioned from the wonderful physical therapy students, thank you again for your time. As they had mentioned earlier, specifically, you'll have things that you'll have to work on with your PT or with your trainer, right? If rigidity is something that you really, really struggle with, they might focus a ton on, you know, opening up that posture. Or if you really struggle with shuffling steps, they're probably going to work on opening up the posture, a lot of exercises like that. And you're going to do a lot of arm swinging and a lot of rotating, right? To loosen up that trunk and get you moving properly. And so, you know, any exercise program is going to be fantastic because, again, with the first presentation, exercise in general is just good for easing those symptoms of Parkinson's. Getting more Parkinson-specific classes is great because now you're easing the symptoms a little bit further, and then finding what exercises that you can do a little bit extra of for your specific needs, okay? And so today we are going to cover, we should have enough time, oh, plenty of time. So we're going to cover some of the basic movements here, and we're going to do it from a standing and a seated position, okay? Now, I'm going to break down each movement, and then we're going to do the movement together, and then we'll move on to the next exercise. And once we've kind of run through all four from standing, then we'll do a round where we do it all together, kind of in one little circuit here, all righty? So the first exercise we're going to talk about is the basic power up. So I'm actually going to have Jordan stand back here a little bit. I'll just stand first, yep. And then Jordan, you're actually going to face this wall here. So again, with the power up, first and foremost, always working on trying to stand with good posture, okay? So first thing we can always check with ourselves is, how am I standing, right? Getting used to the idea of checking that posture, right? Having that awareness of, okay, where do I need to be, right? You know, here I'm kind of rounded, head down, head up, body up, right? Easy way to remember of keeping good posture. And so the first thing Jordan is going to do here is he's going to bring those arms out into the front. And again, this is going to require a little bit more balance. If you're a little uncomfortable going just with your arms in front, you can also put your hands on your legs. And again, if that isn't quite enough and you're still a little unsure, you can always have a chair in front of you to maintain your balance. Now, what you're going to see Jordan do here is, to start, he's going to sort of load the power up position. You're going to see him drop his butt back and come down in about a quarter squat. Now, again, things to notice here, Jordan goes down. He's really working on trying to maintain his posture, okay? He's driving his butt back. So this is kind of the loading, right? So this is the set position. So we drop that butt back, we get set. And now, as an instructor, I would say something, okay, here we go, everybody, down and up. And you're going to see Jordan, big extension, right? Again, all these exercises, they're opposing the symptoms of Parkinson's, right? Parkinson's does this to us. So we're going to kick it right in the tail, and we're going to do the reverse, right? And we're going to do it as big as we can. So again, this power-up exercise, you're going to see Jordan load himself up. He comes up nice and big, and then look here. He's got this big extension through his chest here. He's squeezing his back muscles. He's squeezing his butt back here to keep his posture nice and tall, keep his hips right. And again, another little detail, look at his hands when he does this, okay? So his hands start, you can even start with those hands closed if you would like as a reminder. And then when he finishes, he's spreading his palms as much as he can, okay? So just in this one exercise, we're getting extension through our chest to help with our posture. I'm getting extension through my hips, which is important to have strong hip extension, especially for things like walking, for our gait cycle. And I'm going all the way down to some of my dexterity exercises here. I'm working on my hands as well, okay? So what I want everyone to do at home now is, if you're able to stand up, we're going to do 10 of these exercises together. And again, now we're also going to incorporate the voice as well, because we're working on way more than just one symptom with every exercise, okay? So as an instructor, I'll be standing off to the side here. I'll cue everyone to go down, follow Jordan. I'll say up, and at home, I want you counting nice and loud. We're going to do 10 repetitions. So go ahead, let's go down here, and we go up, 1 and 1, up, 2, good, up, 3, and up, 4, good, up, 5, up, 6, remember nice and big, up, 7, good, 3 more, up, 8, up, 9, last one, up, 10, good. And again, remember, with Parkinson's, with all these exercises, and also some of the groups that I taught, I used to say, you guys probably get sick of hearing me say, be loud, be big, right? But we really want you to over-exaggerate those movements. Again, if we think about like a pendulum here, so if here's what we consider kind of normal gait, normal posture, right? What we call maybe healthy gait, healthy posture right in the middle. Parkinson's takes us over here, right? Where we have the shuffling steps, we have the soft voice and everything. Well, what we're trying to do in training is we're swinging that pendulum all the way over here to the other side, right? Where we're being way big and really loud and taking huge steps, okay? To help kind of bring us back to that middle in our day-to-day life, okay? So good. Second exercise we're going to focus on is the power rock. This exercise here, really great. It's a great weight shifting exercise, really important for balance, okay? Think about our balance in day-to-day life when we do things like having to reach, whether it's on our counter or up in the cupboard, right? Important that we have that awareness and where our body is at as I shift that weight. So for this one, I'm going to have Jordan face the camera straight on here. He's going to start with his hands by his shoulders here. Now, with this exercise, again, it's a power rock. So we're shifting a majority of our weight onto one leg, and then we bring it back to center, and then we shift over to the other leg. Now, it'd be fine and dandy if we're just keeping our arms here and shifting back and forth, of course, right? But again, we need extension of the chest, right? We need to get loud. So what Jordan's going to do is you're going to see him reach really big off to his right to start here. Now, he's going to pause, try to hold this position as best he can. But look at the position he's put himself in. Again, hands, right? He's opening those palms and fingers up as big as he can. He's got great extension through his chest here, and he's got a majority of the weight on this right leg. So this right glute, this whole right side is squeezing and really working to keep that balance. He pulls himself back into the center, reloads his body, and then goes off to the other side. Again, with nice big extension and nice big reach. Watch him come back to the center. As he reloads, notice he's dropped his hips back a little bit, right? He's in that we call power ready position. Then he's going to bring himself up over to the right with that big reach and back to the center again. Okay, thank you, Jordan. So again, this exercise here, really, really important for that balance, okay? We're going to do 10 repetitions again here. I'll run us through the count as well. So let's go ahead. We'll get power ready. And everyone, we are going to reach to, so it'll be, well, I don't even know what the camera, we'll just say, yeah, let's reach to, well, everyone's reaching to the right. That might be opposite of how Jordan's reaching, but, so here we go. Ready and up, one, up, 2, up, 3, nice and big, up, 4, big reach, up, 5, and up, 6, up, 7, good. Up, 8, up, 9, and up, 10. Very nice, good, okay. Perfect. So our third exercise here, again, this is one of my favorite exercises. It's the power twist, okay? Why the twist is so important, and again, you know, we get a lot of rigidity, right? We get a lot of that rigidness through the trunk with Parkinson's. And that's one of the things that affects how we walk, okay? So we can work on taking big steps all day long, but it's that rotation through my trunk here. As you can see, my body kind of twists a little bit. That's what really helps my gait cycle, right? It's kind of like, I always picture like a rubber band. It gets stretched one way, then it gets pushed and stretched the other way, kind of like a sling system, so to speak. And so if we can increase our ability to rotate and keep that trunk loose, it's going to make things like walking a little bit easier. Well, I mean, in general, right, we rotate all the time, every day in our life. And so very important movements. So again, I'm
just to kind of say something
yeah,
too, you know, we're not robots. We don't move in just that sagittal plane. So that's why I think the rotation, we're in the transverse plane a lot during the everyday skills. We're bending, we're twisting, we're reaching, as he mentioned previously. The transverse plane is, to me, one of the most important planes to work on.
I think that's a good point on Jordan's end there. Thinking even just outside of Parkinson's, right? You know, if I'm reaching into my vehicle to grab my groceries, or I'm on the counter and then I'm reaching up to put them away, right? It's again, that rotation plays a crucial role, not just for easing the symptoms of Parkinson's, but just being a strong functional human all around. So this exercise here, we're actually going to start sort of in a power finish position. You're going to see Jordan with a good wide stance, arms out nice and big. And again, you can see he's got great extension through his chest, or through the spine, T-spine rather. He's got his hands opened up nice and big. Okay, and he's got a good strong stance. Now with this exercise, the thing that most people have a tendency to struggle with is so we start wide here. I'll scoot over so Jordan can get in too. And we rotate over to one side, okay? So you can see right here, this is that twist, that rotation that we're talking about through the trunk and through his hip as well. His right heel is currently up right now. Where people lose this movement a lot, especially during class, is when they bring themselves back to center and then go to the other side. The number one thing I probably see as a trainer with this movement is they'll twist to one side, and then as they come back around, their hands stay together, right? And so are we training rotation still? Yes, we are. But again, these are Parkinson's exercises, right? We don't want to isolate and just train rotation. We want to train rotation with that extension. And so I always call it, you got to come back to base, come back home. So Jordan's going to twist over to one side here. You see those hands brought together? He's going to open back up nice and big. He's back to his base again, right? Back to where he's nice and strong. Then he's going to rotate back over to that other side. He'll bring it back, standing nice and strong, back and forth. So again, the key with this movement here, again, because we don't just want to work the rotation, we want to work all those other movements as well that play such a crucial role in easing our symptoms. And so it's going to be nice and big. We're going to rotate the body, open it back up, and then rotate back to the other side. Okay. Again, we're going to do 10 of these standing together here off of my go. Nice and big, and go. 1, open big. 2, open up. 3, nice and wide. 4, good. 5, 6, very nice. 7, 8, good. 9, 10. Good job. Okay.
Okay, there was a request to slow down a little.
Okay, I can do that. All righty, slow it down. That's tough for me. I'm kind of a high-paced guy. You guys probably figured that out already. But all righty, so I'll slow it down just a little bit here. And with that being said, maybe we'll just focus on these standing movements before we not go over the chair movements today. So again, that was our power twist. Okay, let's talk about the power step, and then we're going to review all 4 movements again together. Okay, so forgive me if I am talking a little bit fast here. As you guys can tell, I get pretty excited about exercise, so that's on me. Thank you for letting me know. This next exercise is going to be the power step. Okay, now again, with the power step, there's a lot of directions that you can take it. We're going to go with the most basic version, which is the power step off to the side. Okay, and again, with all these exercises, as I've been saying, we want to really focus on taking the biggest step that we can, right? And so you'd be taking a step probably bigger than you would while walking, but again, we're trying to swing that pendulum really far the other way to bring us back to more of a center.
Exaggerate.
Okay, yes, exaggerate. Yep. Thank you. And so the power step, we're going to start in another power ready position, but with our hands on our legs. So you're going to see Jordan here He's going to have his hips back. He's going to be loaded up in that power ready position. With this exercise, not only are you going to come up to extension, but as you're coming up nice and tall, you're going to take a really big step out to your right, okay? And so again, Jordan's going to slow that down. He's in his power ready position. He takes a big step out to his right here, okay? So there's a couple things going on with that. He's stepping out and he's weight shifting onto that far leg, okay? He's got that nice big open posture here. And then he's pushing off of that leg and driving back, okay? So this is a really powerful movement for your lower body, right? Which again, you probably heard that, like developing power, doing exercises like sit to stands, like these lunges where I'm pushing back is really, really important because we have a tendency to lose power as we age, right? And again, with Parkinson's, that only exacerbates our power loss. And so with this exercise as well, if you notice Jordan's head, as he steps out, he's looking down his hand here. He's going to turn his head to the right. Yes, thank you, Jordan. And so what we're doing there now is adding a bit of exercise for our eyes, right? For those little, we call them like tracking exercises for the muscles in our eyes. And so again, many things going on here at once. It's not just for our steps, our gait, right? There's some balance involved with it. There's gait. There's exercises for our posture, the counting. We got our voice working. Then we're also working some of those tracking exercises for our eyes as well. So I'm going to have Jordan slow this down a little bit, and he's going to show you what it looks like going back and forth here. So he's going to be in the power ready position. He'll take a big step to his right and pause. And again, he's got that head. He's looking out over towards his hand. He's got a good, strong weight shift into this leg. He forcefully pushes himself back into that power ready position, hands on the legs. And now he's ready to explosively move over to his left. And again, weight shift in the left leg. He's looking down across towards his hand. He brings himself back to the center and then back to the right again. He'll come center. He'll load up. And then he's going to go back to that left one more time and bring it back. Good. Okay, so we will do 10 of these together as well. And then as a group, we're going to go right back to the top and we're going to run through all 4 exercises. And I will slow it down just a little bit here. I know, again, I do get excited, so forgive me for that. So here we go. We're going to start by stepping to our right to starter. So here we go. Up, 1. We bring it back. 2. Back to center. 3. Good. Load. 4. Very nice. 5. Remember, be nice and loud. 6. And exaggerate that step. 7. Nice and big. Open the arms. 8. And turn that head. 9. One more. 10. Very good. Okay, everybody. All right, perfect. So now let's run through all 4 exercises together here. We're going to go back to that power up. Jordan, I'm going to have you face the wall here.
Hey, Zach, I have a question.
Yes.
If they're not feeling comfortable at home standing up and doing these, instead of sitting and watching, could they be doing these from their chair?
They could do the chair variations as well, yes. And so actually, why don't I jump in the chair here? Yeah. So from the chair, again, these are the exact, pretty much the exact same movements here. So instead of standing and driving back and then coming up and powering up, what we're going to do instead is sitting in the chair, take those hands, put it on our lap, and we're going to lean forward. So we're in that same sort of squatted position, but just from the chair. I push off my legs with my arms, and I'm coming back to that power up position. Nice and tall.
Drive to those heels as well.
Yes, thank you,
Push
Jordan.
those legs.
Yeah, so when coming from the chair here, I'm still pushing through my legs to push myself back, and I'm opening those arms nice and big, okay? Let's do 10 of these together here. So I'm going to have Jordan doing the standing version here, and I will do the seated version. So all right, here we go, everybody. Hands on those legs. Let's get into our power ready position, and up, 1. Good. Up, 2. And up, 3. Back down, up, 4. Really open those arms, up, 5. And up, 6. Good. Up, 7. And up,
8, 2 more, up,
9,
last one, up,
10.
good. And again, with all these exercises, we want to do our best to make them as fluid as possible, okay? So now we will go into our power rock. Those of you who have seen the power rock from standing, I'll have Jordan go ahead and demonstrate again. Doing that nice big reach. I'm going to turn my chair so you guys can see the power rock from the chair here. So again, it's very similar with the reach. I'm still leaning over to one side, but I'm going to take that arm and put it onto my leg, okay? So when I lean to my right arm to right leg, and then I'm going to do the same thing, kicking my left leg out, and I'm reaching nice and high. I bring it back, and I reach to the other side. So I'm still doing a weight shift, right? Over here, I'm on my right side. I bring it, I'm center. And then over here, I'm on my left side. Always coming back to center, just like our power rock here, okay? All righty, so we'll do this together. Hands nice and big, down to the lap, power ready position. Here, I'm gonna reach to my, so I'll lean to my right, reach to my left to start. Here we go. 1, bring it back. 2, look at your hand. 3, and open it nice and wide. 4, good. 5, 6, very nice. 7, good. 8, 9, and 10. Okay, good deal. So the seated twist, again, very similar motion. We have the standing seated, or the standing variation, excuse me, where Jordan opens up nice and big. You see him, go ahead, Jordan, do that standing twist for me. Rotating over, bringing it back around, and then back over to the other side. When we are seated, we do the same thing. I have a good, strong stance. I'm working on that nice, tall posture here. I've got my lower abdominals, right, my lower core, as I like to call it, drawn in. My arms are nice and wide, and I'm going to rotate my body over in the chair. I bring it right back to home base here, and then I rotate to the other side, okay? We'll do 10 of these together. So let's get set here. We're gonna open those arms nice and big. I'm gonna rotate to my left to start, and here we go. 1, open up. 2, good. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, good. 8, 9, and 10. Okay, very good. So the power step from the chair is a little bit different than the power step from the feet. So I'm actually going to have Jordan run through the standing version of that power step, and then I'll show you guys the seated version quick. So we'll do this together. Again, a quick review of that exercise. You're going to see Jordan take that big step off to his right. He's looking over at his hand. He's got that big weight shift. He pushes off back to center. Now he's off to his left. Okay, back and forth. So let's get to our power ready positions, everybody. And we're going to have everyone, Jordan's going to step to his right to start, okay? And here we go. 1, bring it back. 2, good. Open those arms. 3, and look at that hand. 4, open that hand nice and wide. 5, and be loud at home. 6, yes, project that voice. 7, 3 more. 8, 9, last one. 10. All righty, good. Okay, the seated version, I'm going to lower my camera down a little bit here because it's a little bit tricky. Now, so this one requires a little bit more footwork, but with the seated version, I'm actually going to be taking 2 steps, okay? So think about this as like a great exercise for training yourself to get in and out of your car, get in and out of like a booth at a restaurant, right? Anytime we're in a chair, or maybe like we're sitting at church and we got to take that step out to get out, that's what this exercise is really great for training. So how it's going to work is I'm going to step to my left to start, okay? And it's going to be 1 big step, 2 big steps, 3, 4, okay? And so there's 4 steps total, and that's actually a count of 1. Then I go to my right, step, step, back, 2, okay?
Now notice how I'm bringing a nice forceful clap down to my lap, okay? Again, that is also just part of kind of overemphasizing things with our movements here. And I'm also really projecting my voice here. And so the footwork gets a little bit tricky, but it's always 2 out and then always 2 back to center, okay? So we step 2 feet out and we step those 2 feet back home. We're gonna do this nice and slow together here. This will be our last exercise. So let's get in that power ready position, good strong posture, hands on the legs. And I'm going to step to my right to start this time. And here we go. Step, step, in and 1. Step, step, in and 2. Good. Step, step, in and 3. Step, step, in 4. Step, step, in 5. Step, step, in 6. Good. Step, step, in 7. Step, step, in and 8. Nice and loud, big steps, and it's firm. 9. Step. I'm really bringing those feet down, and 10.
Another reminder, get those hands big too as we're slapping. Always get those fingers extended in almost every exercise we do.
Good. Thank you, Jordan. Yeah, as always, a good reminder. Everything that we're doing here, right? It's not just the steps, right? All the way down to some of those fine motor skills. Each of these exercises involves or working on many aspects of the symptoms that we might be dealing with. So that is our exercise portion for the seminar today. Thank you for your time. And again, if you guys have questions throughout the rest of the seminar, throw them on the Q&A. I'd be more than happy to answer them. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Great, thank you guys. Yeah, definitely go ahead and keep adding questions that you might have that pop up as we roll through for our experts, and we're happy to continue to address those. As we roll in away from our exercise portion for our active body, we're gonna roll into some exercise for our brain. And so just as a reminder that we're not taking scheduled breaks during this webinar, but you are at home, and please do give yourself water breaks and a snack break and a bathroom break as we roll. Again, just to kind of wrap up that physical training portion of the session today, a reminder to address some of the questions that have popped up about some of these what would be known as alternative therapies or health and wellness based activities. They are important, and as you've seen in all of the research, they're so important at a frequency that's much greater than what the healthcare system, and that is Medicare, Medicaid, traditional health insurances, will pay for you to get from a licensed therapist, whether it be a physical therapist or occupational therapist. So how the healthcare is designed is therapists are experts in helping assess your needs, helping do acute treatment and reassessments. We recommend at least once a year if you have Parkinson's disease, seeing an occupational therapist and physical therapist. And then they can give short bouts of intensive exercise within your health insurance, Medicare and Medicaid. However, our healthcare insurance is not designed to support our wellness, and that is hopefully going to change someday, but right now it isn't. And so places like ExercisAbilities are throughout the country, as well as your local senior center, local exercise places that can provide this level of care. But not all exercise centers have professionally trained individuals like Zach and Jordan. And so I encourage you to, one, make it okay that your budget has wellness, health and wellness in it. It's okay, it's not a luxury. It's actually for you and your Parkinson's disease to progress in a healthy manner. And number two, seek professionals. So yes, your local Tai Chi may not be designed because that trainer isn't skilled and doesn't have that adaptive exercise specialty. So make sure that you do go somewhere in your home community. Dr. Tipton talked about Mayo Clinic Florida has Lsvt. It's something you can Google, or we can help you to, if you want to reach out to ExercisAbilities after this, we can help you to search in your local community for a qualified center that offers quality adaptive wellness. And happy to continue to address any questions on that. But yes, often massage, exercise, it's not paid for by healthcare, but you still deserve it and need it. So we'll roll on to Maria Service. She's an occupational therapist here at ExercisAbilities, has her master's degree in occupational therapy, and has a passion for brain health, well-being, mental well-being, and she is going to talk to us on some brain wellness tips.
Good morning, almost afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. That was an excellent presentation by Zach and Jordan, and I hope that this kind of complements and supports all of the things that you guys are learning today. One of my passion areas does include that brain wellness, and knowing that Parkinson's disease certainly can impact some of those thinking aspects that can sometimes be a more difficult conversation to have, whether it's either being able to see these changes in ourselves or seeing these changes in loved ones and starting this conversation. So on the next slide, I just give a brief overview of some of the different aspects that feed into our brain wellness. Certainly, we are touching upon all of these topics today, and all of these aspects play a role in supporting our brain health and our brain wellness. So we have a discussion later on about nutrition and how the food that we fuel our mind and our body is so important so that our brain can think more clearly. There is tons of research to support that exercise and movement and trying to stay as active as possible is certainly very important for your brain health. One thing I love about the power movements that you all were just shown is that you'll notice that these movements also required that brain aspect. It required you to maybe learn a new move or to think about moving loud or big. And so what I really like about those exercise movements is it gets the brain involved. It requires us to focus and concentrate and be present. So exercise and movement is a big part of brain health. Another area that is certainly getting, I think, a lot more attention these days is like relaxation training, meditation, but in general, that's a huge component for brain health. And lastly, an area that we'll focus a little more on today are brain supports. So on that next slide, I'm going to give a little bit of an overview about relaxation. For those of you who maybe were with us for that first Parkinson's workshop, which is also posted on our ExercisAbilities webpage, I do go into a little bit more about relaxation, mood management, and being cognizant of emotional health when you're living with Parkinson's disease, or maybe you're a caregiver for someone with Parkinson's disease. So you can find that link on our website. Today, I'm just briefly reviewing that we know relaxation is extremely important for our brain. It needs that rest at night, so a good night's sleep to be able to fuel for the next day. We need to be providing opportunities for our brain to relax even during the day, as well as even spending time in meditation or prayer. These things can also be good for our brain health and good brain supports. So with that in mind, one piece of information that was sent out prior, so if you happen to have it on you, and if you don't, that's okay. I wanted for some of you, there's a cognition screen that I will typically do with families in the clinic as part of an occupational therapy assessment. So as I mentioned, sometimes talking about those changes in thinking can be a difficult conversation to have. I think more often we are more likely to, one, notice the motor symptoms that start to happen with Parkinson's disease. So they're kind of the more prominent, but also it can be difficult to bring up whether it's a decline in memory, difficulty with focusing, if it's becoming hard to problem solve. And so an OT can kind of bring that conversation to light. And so on that cognition screen, if you guys do have it, but I'll also just be talking about it here, an OT is going to look at how are these thinking changes impacting the person that's living with Parkinson's disease. So for example, is it becoming harder to track when your appointments are? Are you having a hard time remembering to take your Parkinson's medications? Have you noticed that it's sometimes more difficult to remember loved ones' names, grandkids' names? Are you noticing when you go to the grocery store, you're maybe arriving at the grocery store and having a hard time planning and organizing, where do I want to go? Where am I going to start with this? So as an occupational therapist, part of our job is to figure out how are those thinking changes that you, or if you're the care person, what changes you're seeing, and how is that impacting daily living routine? So for those of you, if you are on, feel free to add anything in that chat box. But, you know, maybe if you do want to share what's something maybe that you noticed early on, something that became more difficult for you with Parkinson's disease, or something that you're noticing with a loved one. If you guys want, you can add just some examples of where you guys notice that, because again, I really want to be able to increase the conversation around these brain changes so that we can also decrease that stigma and that shame that might come with some of these thinking changes. So please feel free to just add some of those, just to know that it often impacts everyone with this disease, or we notice these changes in little ways. So we'll move on to that next screen. So working with a skilled occupational therapist who is equipped to assess these cognitive changes, we often will use a standardized assessment. And it's not uncommon that when I maybe select a standardized test, sometimes the person living with Parkinson's disease has seen one of these assessments before. They might say, oh yeah, I did this in my doctor's office. So some of the common tests that we use can actually be used with other disciplines. We all use them for different purposes. The one thing I like to let that person know is how an OT might use that assessment differently, is that we're trained to figure out what are the strengths and what are the weakness areas for that individual, and then how can we use that information to help the person living with Parkinson's disease become more equipped to manage their daily routine. So I have listed here the different brain supports. There are what we would call compensatory strategies, and I'll go a little bit more into these, but that might be verbal cueing for someone, or increasing the amount of visual aids in the environment, as well as an OT is equipped to develop a brain training home program. So that might include looking at the strengths and weaknesses from an assessment, and then identifying appropriate activities so we can help an individual be able to sustain that attention and focus, or work on memory and recall. Or even sometimes as things progress, it can be more difficult for that person to orient to their environment. So for example, they might not be as aware of month, year, date. And certainly, again, as an occupational therapist, I want to make it functional for that person. So I personally don't always remember the date either. So that's not always the most important thing. But might it be helpful to know what season we're in so that we can choose the appropriate clothing for when we go out and see our loved ones? So again, we're going to figure out what areas are most relevant to someone, and then we can create some brain training programs to help with these things at home. Oftentimes, if there's an activity that's really important to someone that they still want to keep being a part of, and they're maybe not ready to delegate that activity to someone else just yet, an OT can work with an individual to practice that difficult activity over and over through repetition. So for example, not long ago, I was helping an individual work on using their smartphone. And so we just did repetitive training of, okay, getting into the smartphone, going to the phone call button, going to favorites to be able to call his wife. And we just did that repetition, because we know that can be helpful. Or if there's an activity that the person wants to still be involved in, or you want to be involved in, we can actually complete that activity with a care support person. So oftentimes I encourage with managing medications or setting up meds, it's great to actually have, if you're living with Parkinson's, to still try and maintain as much of that as possible. Be aware of what meds you're taking and maybe do it with a loved one together as another way to just be able to maintain and sharpen those thinking skills. Okay, so on the next slide, I'll go into a little bit about what an OT means when we're talking about some compensatory strategies that we can use to support our thinking and our doing. So for example, you'll notice on this little slightly blurry picture, I apologize, we actually have some visual cues. That's just some tape markings next to that individual's recliner chair. So for example, if it's becoming harder to process those steps of, okay, where do I need to be to complete a safe transfer? Or where do I need to stand when I'm getting out of my recliner to go to the next room? An OT might recommend, hey, let's add some tape, some type of visual cue on the floor to help now so that we know, okay, this is where my feet need to be in order for me to be safest. So that's one example. Another that you might have heard some of my other colleagues talk about, or you've maybe heard a PT or a doctor mention, is auditory cues. So we know that if it's becoming harder to pace yourself with movement and with walking, that having some kind of auditory cue like a metronome, or you notice when Jordan and Zach were doing their movements, it might even just be counting out loud or setting a rhythm out loud. But those auditory cues can help the brain with planning what to do next as well. Another way we can support thinking with activity would be verbal prompts from a support person. So what that might look like is if someone wants to remain as independent as possible and perform a cooking task or a baking task, but it might not be the easiest to do on their own. Again, we might have a loved one, a family member, someone sitting there with them and just cueing, okay, let's get out the bowl, let's get out the cookie mix, and kind of laying out those supplies. And then we might just walk through those steps with that person. So again, just those little verbal reminders can be really helpful so that you can still stay engaged in a task, but just that little verbal hint can be really helpful. And lastly, other types of visual aids, again, depending on what's important to the person, what we're trying to target, sometimes even just having a large, big calendar out with, you know, the month, with the season, with when the weekly appointments are. All of these things can be excellent pieces just to help an individual's brain kind of stay up to task on the things that are a priority to them. All right. For the next slide, awesome. So when I talk about brain training and coming up with an individualized program, we definitely know that one size does not fit all, just like for most things. And so it would be great if I could just recommend the same thing to everyone and we knew that, okay, working on your word finds for 10 minutes a day is going to be what's going to help. But we know that as human beings, we have to be motivated to do an activity. So oftentimes when you sit with an occupational therapist, don't be surprised when we ask maybe what was your past occupation? What were your past leisure activities or hobbies? Because we know that someone is going to be far more motivated to do an activity if it's something that you like or that you want to do. And so we often try to pull in that context. And then listed here are some examples of activities that really do work your brain and what I would call part of, or could be part of, a brain training program. So for someone who enjoys playing cards, we might have to look at, okay, what card game is going to be the best fit for right now? I know individuals who have played bridge or cribbage for a very long time. However, if it's starting to become more difficult to play cribbage, instead of stopping playing cards altogether, I try to just come up with maybe a more simpler, straightforward game to start out with. And we might still then work back up towards cribbage, but we might need the cribbage rules listed. So that would be an example of a brain training program, and maybe making it fun, like doing it with your grandkids every other weekend, playing a card game. Other brain training activities can be coloring. Some people really enjoy those coloring books. And what I love about the coloring books is they come in a variety of topics. So if you like nature, or if you like cats, or whatever it may be. And the other thing, the coloring books can also be graded by level of difficulty. So sometimes the coloring books can be really small and tiny, and that might just be not for someone. And then sometimes the pictures can be bigger. So I do like that it can kind of be graded for where the individual is at. As well as I mentioned, baking. Baking can be that step-by-step task where someone has to work on focusing and concentrating. They have to think about what happens next. Again, they might need, or an individual might need, a support person there, but it's still a great brain training activity. So just know that it doesn't have to be, you know, some boring worksheet. That brain training can really be individualized for that person. All right, and so then the next slide, I'm just looking, okay, we're doing good on time here. Some fun books that I've been able to find on Amazon, as I am kind of a pen and paper kind of person. And so I have found some fun books out there. And so all of these, you can actually get most of them on Amazon or at Walmart or Target. I have a brain games book, and I believe I have an example here with me. What I like about the brain games book, I'm just going to kind of hold it up here as well, is there's actually a variety of different puzzles in this book, and it's actually organized by levels. But you'll notice a book like Brain Games is going to have a variety of things for an individual who doesn't like to stick to the same thing. And this series, Brain Games, that I have up here is organized by levels, so you can find a level that works for you. And if you're able, you can work your way up in levels. Another fun one is this Remember When puzzle book. And I remember when I was younger, I used to subscribe to highlights, or I should say my mom probably did. And there was these like, can you identify the changes between these two images? And so I love this book because it's more visual skills, but it's still fun and it's still involving the brain. And so it will pull up some pictures. Let me see if I can give you guys a better example. So it's kind of pulling up some pictures. Apologize. There we go. And so one is going to have to look at, okay, what are the differences between the two pictures? And again, that book also goes by levels. So it starts at level 1, a little bit easier towards the end. I have a hard time with those, and I typically need help too, but it's just a fun way to get the brain involved. You can be doing this sitting in the recliner. Now, I all know we love to watch a good program or listen to the radio or music when we're sitting in the recliner, which is excellent. But sometimes just having one of these brain books next to that recliner, and even just saying, I'm going to spend 5 minutes, you know, working in this puzzle, is going to be good for that brain exercise. All right. And then, okay. So that is a little bit about brain training and how an occupational therapist might approach when we are starting to notice thinking and difficulty changes. We absolutely don't want it to be, okay, what can't you do anymore? And, oh, you can't do this and you're not safe to do this. I know it is difficult, and that is a hard part of my job, is also having to give those safety recommendations and guidelines as well when thinking changes do start to occur. However, it's very important to me as well to also consider what activities can we still do. And admittedly, that will kind of work into our next topic that I'll be doing later on this afternoon at 12:30, where we'll be talking a little bit more about leisure and fatigue management and other ways just to stay as involved and as independent and active as possible. So thank you all. If you have any questions, feel free to put them at the bottom. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Maria. A couple of questions did come up if you want to stay on and answer those. We have time. So Tom asked what the best exercise for fine motor skills.
Ooh.
If you're able to answer that in one short sentence. No.
Yeah. That's a great question. So for fine motor skills, we're switching, and you're making me do a brain activity here. So again, I would actually apply a similar approach in that the best fine motor exercise is going to be the one that you're most likely to do. So it's not going to be a one size fits all. Certainly, I have a couple of activities that I tend to do with people, but admittedly, if I'm working with someone who used to be a sewer, I'm going to recommend, hey, let's get out your sewing supplies and let's sort buttons and, you know, something like that. Or if you used to be into woodworking, okay, can we go out to the woodworking shop and even just sort and organize? I don't know what woodworkers use. I don't think it's bolts and screws, but again, we're going to try to find what's most relevant for you. Certainly, there are some products out on the market on Amazon, for example. There is like a hand instrument, and I can try to find the link and share that in the Q&A there, but it's like a hand grip strengthener, but it's ones where you can actually isolate the fingers in it as well. And so there are some products out on the market where you can get some of that finger isolation. Certainly, if anyone plays piano or guitar, again, a great fine motor activity. But I would definitely say that find something that you're most likely to do.
Great. And Maria, we don't have the chat open for attendees today, but we do have the Q&A, and Tom's question is there, and you can answer it. You can type an answer and put a link in there, and everybody can see it there. So another, maybe just a comment, and if you have any information, Bonnie said that the Minnesota History Center has sponsored an app called House of Memories that gives caregivers pictures from past years to ask questions of their loved one and pull them out and work their memory, engaging great conversations.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that, Bonnie. That's an excellent resource to know about. And maybe like similar, I know there's a magazine out there called Reminisce, I believe, and that seems to be a popular one as well because it has some of those different aspects from, shall we say, the olden days that can be kind of fun to reminisce about.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Maria, for that information. I think to conclude, if you could just, you know, looking for some tips that people can take home and use, just a short little bit about the importance of occupational therapy and how people can find a community-based occupational therapist to help them.
Absolutely.
And why they should.
Yes, and so as Melanie said, when we're living with a disease that we know advances and it's going to have different stages and progress, I would strongly advocate for all of you who are working with your primary care physician. Oftentimes they might refer to PT and also ask for that occupational therapy referral. As OTs, we're trained to assess that cognitive piece that I just discussed, as well as fine motor skills, upper body strengthening. And so certainly if you can go to your primary care to see, you know, the local occupational therapist in your community, but also, as Melanie mentioned, ensure that the occupational therapist that you're working with does have a skill set and maybe a specialty in cognitive assessment and cognitive brain training to help you along the way, because we know that changes will happen, and truly it can make a huge difference on being able to maintain and keep those skills as best you can.
Wonderful. And we do recommend annually. And so sometimes it's up to you or as a caregiver to be proactive. Direct access, at least in Minnesota and most states throughout the country, you can directly access an OT. So you actually don't require a physician referral, even for most insurances. For Medicare, you do not. You can just walk in, call up and say, I want an OT eval, and Medicare will cover that. So just a little tidbit.
Yes. And then I do see your question, Betty, and I can maybe try and type a little better response, but with that enlarging one's handwriting, there are some weighted writing utensils that can be helpful. I will sometimes put weighted wrist weights on someone's hands. And for example, right now I'm just working with a client through repetition. So we really want to work on lined paper when we're trying to enlarge our handwriting. So if you're working on lined paper, and I might heavy marker 2 of the bigger lines so that they have a wider space. And we do this repetitive, okay, let's sign our name, but I want you to think big. So it sort of goes back to some of those power movements, but think big movements as we're signing our name. And that's one repetitive activity that we might do as part of our OT training and sessions.
Wonderful, thank you. And I'll give a plug now for our 3rd workshop that we're working on planning right now. We're planning on having a psychologist come on board to continue kind of this conversation in that cognitive versus the impact, the mental health impact that the cognitive brain health changes have both on the individual and the family unit, the extended family unit. And so tune in, it's going to kind of be a general theme of our third workshop that we're having in May. So make sure that you look for the registration for that and tune in to listen to those more additional experts from Mayo Clinic. So Holly Brown is with us to move on to our next topic. Holly is a caregiver, respite, and companion care program manager. She's also the transportation manager. So she wears many hats at our local elder network here in Rochester, Minnesota. She's been there 13 years. And she facilitates caregiver support groups, which we all utilize Holly and her staff there to help with, as well as some one-on-one coaching and is frequent with facilitating workshops. And so welcome, Holly, and you can take it away.
Thanks so much. Good morning, everyone. For those who don't know me, Melanie did a great job of introducing me. I'm really passionate about helping caregivers through their journey. For some, it's maybe just started, and for some of you, it's been a long haul. And today, I just really want to focus on a caregiver strategy that might be very helpful as you kind of move through your caregiving journey and try to figure out, how do I still create some time for myself without feeling guilt? So today, I really want to focus on one strategy that I've learned through teaching the Powerful Tools for Caregiver workshop. It's called action plans. You can go to the next screen. I'm hoping you guys got a handout of a sample of the action plan before this morning. So if you've had an opportunity to look at that, or if you want to pull that sheet out, we can kind of go through that together. Those of you that have gone through the workshop may have remembered this or actually still using it, but for those that haven't been able to participate in a workshop, this is an amazing tool. And really the purpose of this is to create an agreement or a contract with yourself to give yourself something fun to look forward to within the week, with also being realistic about what your week looks like. So again, this is a goal-focused tool to bring you an opportunity to do something you want to do, not something you have to do. Next screen. So one thing to think about is there are 4 steps to an action plan. The first one, like I just mentioned, it's really something that you want to do this week, not something that someone's told you you should do. So maybe it's something you've done in the past that has brought you joy or relaxation, or it's something you want to try now because you've heard, which really gives you an opportunity to take better care of yourself. Okay, next screen. The second thing to think about is we want it to be reachable. So I've worked with so many caregivers who have lots on their plate, and sometimes every day is the unknown. And so with these action plans, it's really important to be realistic about what you got going on and how much free time you may or may not have during any given day or week. In order for action plans to really be successful, we do want to pick an activity that is reachable. So we don't want to, say, oh, well, I'm going to say, for instance, plan on running a 5K. And so I got to start running, 5 miles every single day because I want to do this in a month. That might not be as realistic as saying, you know what, I just want to get in touch with an old friend. And so I want to give a call to an old friend this week. When could I carve out, maybe 15 minutes or even a half hour to make that call? So starting small can sometimes be the key to getting started at anything new. Okay, next slide here. So then we also want to look at, is it behavior specific? One way of us taking care of ourselves is not just to say, I need to take some tasks off my plate, right? Well, what are those tasks? What could you delegate? What can you get rid of? And what do you need to keep doing? So we're all going to be faced with different tasks that we have to do to support our partner, but also take care of ourselves. So the more specific you can be about what you want to do, it will be better. Just trust me on that. A couple examples here would be maybe take a walk for 10 minutes, Or maybe the goal is just to walk around the block. Or if you're like me, I love to read before I go to bed at night. So maybe it's just reading for 30 minutes or one chapter. So the more realistic you can be about your goal will aid in your success. Okay, next. So this is pretty much just answering these types of questions. An action plan really does 4 things. What do I want to do? Say I want to read a book. How much for 30 minutes? When? Before bed? And how often? Maybe I want to try this if it's new. Maybe I want to try it just once. If it's not a new activity, then maybe you want to try 5 out of the 7 days a week. So when you're thinking about an action plan, please keep these 4 questions in mind, because if you can answer this and remember, be specific and realistic, it will be more successful. We've had individuals come to the workshops who we do this after every class, and then we have to report on it the next session, which is a way of being accountable, right? What I find interesting is people will come with their list of things they want to do. So they may have wrote down 5 or 6 things that they want to accomplish in the week. And, you know, as much as that's great, I do discourage it, because if we don't accomplish all of it, we may feel like we were unsuccessful or even failed at one more activity. So just do one thing for yourself in a week. And hopefully what that will do is help brighten not only your spirits, it will allow you to take time for yourself without guilt. It will also benefit your health, because you're not only just focused on your partner and their health issues, but you're now really thinking about, what do I need for myself so I can keep going at this pace, or even as things progress. Maybe in your action plan, it's not so much something that will bring you joy, but maybe it is something that will help aid in taking off some of the stress or pressure. So maybe it's, well, what is it that I want to do? Maybe I need to find more help. So, you know, who can I call? What can I Google? What can I look up? How much time do I really want to spend doing this? Maybe I only have, 30 minutes before I'm going to be needed to start my day, or while someone's doing their own exercises or napping or whatnot. I can spend that little bit of time either making some calls to the senior linkage line and getting some information, or talking to a friend who's also been a caregiver, or the doctor or a social worker, getting in touch with a community member through a support group might be some help. And then thinking about, like, also not just how much time, but when during the day would I really be able to accomplish this? When am I at my best for taking on new information? Some people are really morning people and they do better and have more focus. Some it's more at the end of the day when they can quiet things down, and then that's their focus time. So again, really thinking about how you work and how information comes into you better, I guess, throughout the day is one way of stating that. And then how often, with needing help, is this urgent? Do I need to do this right away? Do I need to give myself a couple days this week to work on this? Or is maybe this need for the future? So if I just give myself one time a week, it'll be okay. So I hope that made sense as an example, but action plans can really be anything that just helps you take care of yourself and be the best for those that you're also caring for. Okay, next slide. The last bit of an action plan really is, how confident am I that I am going to be able to make this work? And again, sometimes if we pick too many things, we might not be as successful as if we just picked one. But also when you're starting out with an action plan, you want to ask, how confident am I that I will be able to complete the entire action plan that I've stated on paper. It's usually a 0 to 10 type of scale, 0 being not at all, and 10 being 100%. So if you say to yourself, well, I really want to go for a walk with a friend, but they're really busy and I don't know if they're going to have time this week, that really might not be the best action plan. Whenever we include someone else in our action plan, we do need to think about a backup in case they're unable to fulfill the request or the need or the ask. And so if it's just you and you feel like you've been very realistic, you've thought about your week, you've thought about this activity that you've been putting off and now you want to try, you may feel 100% confident that you can get that done. And that's really what we want action plans to be, as a tool for success in reaching goals that benefit you. And so remember, action plans are really here to help you do that. I don't have, much more on the presentation. I know I went through that pretty fast, but it is pretty straightforward. I really want to open it up, if you guys have questions for me or things maybe I can help with in terms of doing these action plans. I know there are probably many different forms of action plans out there that people can try and do just to help them as a tool to take better care of themselves. And this is just one example that I've been working with as I've been facilitating the caregiver powerful tools for caregiver workshops. And I like it because it's very specific. It's pretty straightforward, and it's really all what you want it to be. There's no one saying that you have to do any one thing, but it's just really an opportunity for you to figure out what would I enjoy this week that would really help me maybe combat some of my stress or anxiety that I'm feeling, or the heaviness of the situation. I need to decompress. So maybe it's more of a meditation or yoga or guided imagery. That could be an action plan. If you're looking for more of that physical, it's like getting outside and going for that bike ride or that walk, or connecting with a friend for a meal or a book club over line. Something of that nature that's, important to you.
So Holly, thank you so much. I would venture to say even those of us on the call that aren't dealing with something like Parkinson's disease could stand to do this, especially when it comes to couples and marital, family goals. And, sometimes the years go by and we say, why didn't we ever do that? We wanted to. We didn't sit down and make a plan. So I think this is really applicable to many things. We did have a question. Is there anything like couples therapy for care partners and parkies? How do we maximize how to help one another? And I know you're going to love that question, because that really spawned what we think we're going to make workshop 3, kind of about having that psychologist come on as well. And you brought that up, and maybe you could just elaborate on some of the examples you brought to the table that is real, that people are dealing with as care partners.
Sure. So I love the question because I just recently this year started doing caregiver coaching or coaching for partners. And it's been an amazing opportunity for me to also learn about what's kind of going on within the marriage dynamic, as well as partner dynamic and individual. So I recommend, if you're looking for something for a support for you and your partner, is definitely reach out to counseling therapy for couples. And if it's, the caregiver that I worked with, she said, Holly, the more we meet, the more it is important to know that living with and helping somebody with a progressive disease really does affect the marriage or the relationship, even if you're not married, but you're in a partnership. And so they do intertwine so deeply. And it really got me thinking, that you're right, it really does. And how we move forward is really important in terms of validating where each person is coming from, really listening to the challenges that each is facing. We never want to cast blame on things that we're feeling. And so really having possibly a third party facilitator there is helpful to be able to be honest and open without it turning into an argument or just a negative, session. So, whether you know of coaches, caregiver coaches, or counseling therapies, I think it's been beneficial for not only myself, but for the couples that I've been working with. As Melanie mentioned, I did bring up the fact of the emotional challenges that Parkinson's can play in terms of the caregiver was struggling with, how do I know how much of this is Parkinson's and how much of this is just my partner, in terms of being able to follow through on activities is a big one. I'll give an example that maybe you'll relate to. So say it's morning and you're preparing a breakfast, and your partner who has the Parkinson's disease, you've said, okay, breakfast will be ready in 10 minutes. Why don't you start making your way to the table? Okay. And 10 minutes is up, and you still have, you've now put their food on the table and they're still not there. And you say, okay, the food's now on the table. It's time for breakfast. Why don't you come this way? Okay, I'm coming. And as they're making their way, say, from the living room to the table, midway stride, they take a turn and they head off in another direction. And that can be somewhat confusing. Like, well, where are you going? Breakfast is over here at the table, like I've mentioned. Why are you now going into that other room? Well, I just have to check something quick. Or I said I'm coming. So in their way of coming, it's a roundabout coming, which to them, they think that they really are still fulfilling that need to get to the table. But the caregiver may feel a little overwhelmed or stressed that, well, now the food's going to be cold by the time you get there, and I just spent this time making this. So that was just one example that I gave the team in terms of what's happening within the brain from the time the person's getting up, say, from that couch to make it to the dining room table, that now they're going in another direction and they're thinking about something else. And we could take this into lots of other contexts of any kind of task that you ask one thing, and in midst of that one thing, they're distracted and they're moving on to something else. And then eventually they're going to come back, but food may be cold. It now has to be warmed up. The caregiver's done eating because they're moving on to their thing. So having that meal together didn't go as planned. And it's a little thing, but we all know little things over time can build and add stress and kind of put us in that part of burnout. Like, I don't want to do this anymore, or I don't know how much more I can do. And really the root of it is just trying to understand the behavior. Why is this happening? Is this a Parkinson's thing or something else? So I hope that answers, your question that you had, and kind of where we're hoping to go with our next session in May, to really focus more on those emotional, neurological issues that you may be experiencing or have witnessed, and just kind of wanting to know a little bit more. Because I think the more we do know, the more we can adjust how we're handling things, in terms of if the things we're frustrated by, we don't get direction on, they're just going to keep frustrating us. And even if you know the answer, it doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to get frustrated still, but at least hopefully you won't get as frustrated. And you will be able to have tools to help you work through that frustration and give it ownership in the relationship. I remember years ago, a gentleman came to our support group, and he had said he was pretty much helping his wife with all of her care. And he said, we had to give it a name. We had to give it ownership in the relationship. because I didn't want to be upset with her all the time for the things she could no longer do. And so for them, they named it Parky. Oh, it's Parky's fault that this happened, not yours. And in some cases, he said that really helped me put things in perspective. And by having ownership in our marriage, Parky is the third party of their marriage, they could delegate their frustrations and grieving, towards that instead of at each other, which I thought was just astounding and brilliant. And I do share that because I think it's really powerful. And if that helps others, in their relationships as well, to give ownership to the disease, even other diseases, whether it's dementia or whether it's a traumatic brain injury or had a stroke or things that are really dictating their lives, being able to give that ownership in the relationship can be really powerful.
Thank you so much, Holly. That is great. And just a plug for sticking around. I know it's a long day. We're excited for you guys to be participating in the entire workshop. But at around 1 o'clock, Holly, as well as Dr. Tipton and a few others, will be sticking around as experts. And we put a roundtable discussion with the topic of emotional health, and would love to kind of get some ideas, some interest areas that you're looking at as we bring hopefully a psychologist from the Mayo Clinic Movement Disorders Clinic next at the workshop number 3. And we'd love to see what kind of things you'd like addressed. And we'll be doing our first attempt at opening up the webinar so that others can talk. So bear with us, but I'm really excited about that around 1 o'clock. Is there any other questions or anything for Holly? Otherwise, I think what we'll do is we're moving on to nutrition by Zach Curry, our health coach here at ExercisAbilities, and it is lunchtime. And so I would love to give you guys 5 minutes to get up and stretch and make sure that you are able to gather some lunch so that you're not missing out on eating while he talks about food. So if that's okay with everyone, we will take a 5-minute break. Come right back. We have Zach with like I said, with nutrition, and then Maria is coming back to talk about adaptive leisure activities, which will all tie this together of how exercise and social activities and interests can come together, not only for the individual, but for the couple, through the caregiver support team or extended family to enjoy things together and really find happiness and wellness. So come back, 5 minutes. All right, we're back. Hopefully you got a chance to get a little break in there. And so Zach is gonna come on here. So Zach Curry, I introduced Jordan last time, but kind of missed Zach. He is our health coach extraordinaire here at ExercisAbilities. Also a certified personal trainer, and a lot of background in adaptive exercise and a lot of passion for both. And so Zach, you could take it away.
Yes, thank you, Melanie. Yeah, so as I mentioned in the exercise portion, I am a health coach here at ExercisAbilities. I have been working with what I would call like health coaching with adaptive populations for about 3 to 4 years now. And then I was really involved in health education with a lot of that, and now really focusing on individual health coaching. And so today's topic that we're going to talk about is diet and Parkinson's disease. And you know, especially now, there is such an overwhelming amount of information when it comes to not even, let's just take out Parkinson's for a moment, right? There's such an overwhelming amount of information just for diets, right? Just for finding the right diet. And that alone for the general population can feel very, very overwhelming. Now insert a neurological disease like Parkinson's, or an issue like, say, seizures, anything along those lines, right? And there's a ton of research being done right now on what effects do you know, diet or dietary habits, what do they play in neurological diseases? You know, how can they ease symptoms? How can they potentially minimize symptoms? You're seeing people go as far as trying to treat. This is more like holistic practitioners, not something you necessarily see with like a medical doctor, but you are seeing people that are even trying to treat things almost purely from a supplement nutrition standpoint, right? And so there's tons of research, and it can feel so overwhelming, you know, when it comes to like, well, what should I do? There's already so many things to deal with a Parkinson's diagnosis. There's so many things that we have to tackle in our day-to-day. And again, from my health coaching perspective, when things become overwhelming, you know, especially when we're working towards being a healthier person, being a healthier human overall, when things become overwhelming, we'll have a tendency just to kind of let them go. If the exercise becomes overwhelming, we're probably not going to do it. If changing my dietary choices, right, my habits, if that becomes overwhelming, or I'm so overwhelmed with information, I don't know where to start, almost like paralysis by analysis, right? We're thinking about so many different things. It gets to that overwhelming point, and we're probably going to drop it off, right? And well, we don't necessarily want that, because in general, right, it's pretty basic information. Everybody knows you put good in, you get good out, right? I think most of us can agree that eating good foods naturally, that's better for us overall. You know, whether there is a disease like Parkinson's or not, you know, we should always try to strive to eat healthy foods. But again, in your guys' particular situation, it gets overwhelming quickly, because you've got people on one side telling you this, people on the other telling you that. And so what I'm going to start with for this presentation is I'm really just going to break down kind of the 3 main macronutrients, as we call them, which is carbohydrates, fat, and protein. I'm going to talk about why each of those are important. We'll discuss briefly some of the sources of foods where you can get some of those, you know, macronutrients. And then we're going to talk a little bit about some of the more specifics on diet and Parkinson's disease. And then I'm going to make sure to leave some time for you guys if you have any questions, whether that is related specifically to foods and Parkinson's disease. Again, trying to answer those as best I can within my scope, or answering questions just based on general, you know, healthy eating habits and things along those lines. So again, to start this off, there isn't exactly a specific diet that they've come out with yet for Parkinson's. Now there is a diet they recommend, the eating style that's, or the diet, I should say, that's probably most recommended for Parkinson's. But again, this is also recommended for just living a healthy, sort of vital life overall, is the Mediterranean diet. And so what that consists of, the Mediterranean diet, is it's plant-based. So you're getting, again, a fair amount of vegetables. You're getting a lot of healthy fats, that diet is typically pretty high in fish, things like salmon, sardines, my favorite, and anything along those lines. And in addition to that, it also focuses a lot on leaner cuts of meat, and is also heavy in things like beans, legumes, things of that nature. And so that's the diet that's suggested, not just for Parkinson's, but for better health in general. But again, it doesn't have to be exclusionary either. Okay. So within that, I had mentioned, in that diet, they talk about healthy fats, lots of fruits and vegetables, and then leaner cuts of protein for our sources. So coming back to the top with fats. So fat has been the topic of ridicule for really, in terms of diet and consumption. It's really starting kind of in the late 50s and in the early 60s. This is when sort of the fat debate had really begun here. And sorry, I'm just looking. I thought I had a hand raise or something there for a second. But so the big debate on fat kind of took place back in the 50s and 60s. And there was a couple studies done, and it was sort of decided saturated fat in general, bad for the heart, right? So we go on this really, really big anti-fat kick in America. And of course, when we take out fat, we take out flavor. So what do we start eating instead of naturally occurring fat sources like in animal products? Well, we start eating more processed versions of fat. And we start eating more processed versions of foods that have sugar, right? If we cut the fat, we're going to add sugar for flavor. And so in my mind, as a health coach, as a trainer, I don't think fat is bad at all. I do think trans fat, right, which we'll talk about a little bit later, I do think that is bad. But for me to say like saturated fat is the end all be all, demon of all, demon foods, I don't necessarily agree with that. And again, that is my opinion as a health coach, as a trainer on the research and evidence that I have seen. You'll have doctors that might tell you a bit differently. But what it comes down to with fat is it's not so much, like, well, if it's coming from natural food sources, the tricky thing with fat is really the amount that you're taking in, right? Because it's very calorie dense. And there's different types of fat, and that's really what I want to talk about mainly with this topic here. I was getting a little sidetracked. I could rant forever about this stuff. So when it comes to fat, really essentially we have saturated, polyunsaturated, and trans fat. And we can break those down. There's slight deviations of saturated fat. Polyunsaturated fat, unsaturated fat, you have poly, you have monounsaturated fat. So you can kind of break these down into more and more categories. I don't think we necessarily need to do that. And then of course we have the trans fat as well. So saturated fat, what is saturated fat, right? Well, have you guys ever taken a steak? You go to the butcher, or maybe it's a cow you yourself have. You pull a steak out of the freezer, it's thawing, and you can see the marbling, right? But solid at room temperature, that's saturated fat, right? Butter, coconut oil, those fats that are solid at room temperature, that's what a saturated fat is essentially. The unsaturated fats, they are liquid at room temperature. So think about like olive oil or canola oil or palm oil, right? Those that, they can sit in or covered in a bottle and they stay liquid, right? Trans fat is kind of tricky because it kind of sits in between solid and kind of being a solid and a liquid. And again, where we have to be careful with trans fat is it's a highly processed version of fat. In fact, it takes, I forget if it's like a lot of heat or a certain chemical to help extract, but basically why trans fat exists, because it can sit on the shelves for a really long time, okay? Our bodies don't recognize trans fat very well. And for someone with Parkinson's, we want to get healthy fat into our body and into our brain. And trans fat is not one of those fats we want to be eating. It's hard for us to digest. Some of the research shows that it's highly correlated with like oxidative stress. And those things in general lead to poor health. And again, we're talking about trying to optimize our body to fight Parkinson's disease. And so trans fat, no surprise, is found in things like baked goods. Like when you go to like Quick Trip and you see like the bakery section, or, you go to Hy-Vee, a lot of those breads, a lot of the donuts, the cakes and all that has a lot of trans fat in it. We walk past all the Little Debbies and all those, processed like coffee dunkers and things like that, trans fat, right? It can sit for a very long period of time. And that's why it's used so much, because it doesn't go bad necessarily. At least it doesn't go bad very quickly. And so, again, the theme you're going to see with all these foods are the foods that don't seem to be so good for me are processed, right? They're not what I call naturally occurring foods, right? Some people might call them God-given foods or earth-grown foods. They're naturally occurring, the ones that are good for me. The ones that aren't so good, right? They're processed, right? It takes chemicals. It takes a crazy amount of heat to make trans fat, So that right then and there should make you feel at least a little skeptical about it. With that being said, coming back to, so we talked about saturated fat, right, in animal products. And again, I don't think it's a bad thing, but I don't suggest that you eat 32 ounces of prime rib every day either, right? Again, everything in moderation. Fat is very calorically dense, which is really beneficial for some of us with Parkinson's, because we struggle with appetite. We struggle with maintaining our weight oftentimes when we have Parkinson's. And so if you are someone that struggles with that appetite, the nausea, or just keeping your weight on, fat, especially good fats, could be really beneficial for you, because they have a lot of calories in a small amount, right? If I were to cup my hand like this here and fill just a little cup right there with almonds, that right there is going to be anywhere from 150 to 200 calories in just a little tiny cup in my hand there, not even the full palm, okay? Fat packs a caloric punch, and oftentimes when it's the right source, it's nutrient dense. So fat is your friend. So I want to get that out of the way right away, that fat is definitely good for us. I think the fat that should be probably most focused on in terms of intake are what we call our unsaturated fats, okay? Now, that's when we're going to be seeing sources like, you guys have probably heard like your omega-3s, right? Your omega-6, your omega-3s, and how important that is. Well, that is where unsaturated fats are coming from, okay? And so think about like, what would be a good example? Avocados, right? Avocados are, I believe technically they're a fruit. I'm not 100% sure on that, but they're very high in fat, right? They're calorically dense. One avocado, I think a medium avocado probably ranges right around that 250 calorie mark, which is dense for, for really not that much. But again, full of a lot of those polyunsaturated fats, okay? Think about things like salmon, sardines. All of these different sources of fat are what we call the healthy versions of fat. Now, why, you might be thinking to yourself, well, why is it good for me, right? Why unsaturated fats? And so what we see here with certain unsaturated fats, so I'm gonna get a little technical here, right? We have poly and mono, right? You have omega-3, omega-6, and then there's even omega-9s and all of that. But omega-3, which you hear about all the time, it's a big supplement now, is anti-inflammatory, okay? And so they talk about like, if you have, maybe you're prone to inflammation, whether that's through lifestyle or if that's through, like having something like arthritis, which is something we may have to consider if we are someone that's in that aging population. But those omega-3s are very anti-inflammatory. So they help to bring levels of inflammation in our body down. Omega-6, which is still an unsaturated fat, is pro-inflammatory, okay? And there's been a lot of like, almost like hate towards omega-6 because they're pro-inflammatory. And where that comes from is the American diet is actually very high in vegetable oils. Vegetable oils, you have to be careful with them, just like any other source of fat. It needs to be used moderately. Because if we eat too many vegetable oils, so that's like your corn oil, soybean, canola, I believe even palm oil might be in that mix as well. But a lot of those veggie oils, they are really high in that omega-6. So they're really high in pro-inflammation, pro-inflammatory fats, okay? And so you can kind of see what I'm doing with my hands here, right? I'm kind of creating a little balance, a little scale. If I'm taking in all those vegetable oils, but I'm not eating like hardly any butter, or I'm eating no fish, no salmon, no things like that, or like walnuts, you know, any of those foods high in omega-3, then my pro-inflammatory to anti-inflammatory fat ratio is way off, okay? Now, people will go back and forth and say that doesn't matter. You have people that say that's the end all be all. In my opinion, do I think this matters? Absolutely. You know, is it the end all be all? You know, is it gonna, you know, hurt you to the point where there's no return or something like that? No, I don't believe so. But again, we want to bring that in balance, okay? Because we know when we have that ratio of omega-3 to omega-6 in balance, we know that we're going to be in a healthier state, okay? We need both. Inflammation is good, right? That's our body telling us like, hey man, my elbow hurts, you know, hey, my neck. Inflammation is important, but too much of it, right? Then we start to stress our body a little bit, and that's not good. So I know that was a lot of information. Excuse me, information. Thank you. Sorry about that. I know that was a lot of information, but again, you know, naturally occurring fat sources, right? Animal products, I think, are okay in moderation, in the right amount, okay? The typical serving size of meat and things like that is 4 ounces. No need for us to go crazy and be eating, you know, piles and piles of meat every day and sticks of butter, right? But at the same time, I think cutting it out like altogether or keeping it super low, I don't think that's necessary either. There's a balance to be had with saturated fats. Those unsaturated fats, right? Again, vegetable oils are a good thing, right? Some of the research shows that they can potentially help lower cholesterol, and also just in general with heart disease and things like that, those vegetable oils can be very beneficial. But if I do too many of the vegetable oils, right, now my inflammatory markers are way up, and then my anti-inflammatory fats are way down, and now I could be causing myself some other issues, okay? And in fact, this could be causing lots of what they call oxidative stress on the body as well, potentially leading to some issues, including heart disease. So it's a fine balance, right? But if we follow everything moderately, get a little bit of all these food groups, we're going to be just fine. Okay. So I'm going to jump off of fats now, and then I'm going to go on to carbohydrates. And so carbohydrates, they're an energy source for our brain. Okay. And like fat, it's energy. Fat cushions our organs. It's good for our cells. It's good for the membrane in our body. It's good for our endocrine system, our hormones, all of that. Fat is super important, right? So we don't want to cut fat out of the diet. Well, then we come to carbohydrates, and we got everybody telling us, oh, well, carbs are bad now. It's been a huge kick. You got to go keto. You got to go Atkins, carnivore diet, right? Cut out carbohydrates. Carbs are the devil, you know? We love these big swings, right? It's just kind of the American way, I like to say. But the fact of the matter is, carbohydrates are a crucial macronutrient for your body. They're so important because our brain's #1 energy source is glucose, which we get from carbohydrates, okay? Not only is it fuel for our brain, our muscles, our body, when you guys are doing those power workouts, those power exercises that we did earlier, when you're doing those at home and you're moving fast and you're working hard, you're burning carbohydrates, okay? Extremely important fuel source. But again, just like with fat, there's those really good sources of fat that we talked about: nuts, fish, some veggie oils, animal products, right? Things like that. But then we get into carbohydrates, and it's the same thing. We have really healthy sources of carbohydrates: vegetables, fruit, we'll say like legumes, beans, things like that, right? Very healthy sources of carbohydrates. But the other side of the coin is we have things like processed wheat, okay? Like think white bread, or when we buy like spaghetti from the store, you might see enriched wheat or enriched grain or bleached flour, right? Now we're getting into that unhealthy carbohydrate range, okay? Think about like sugar. If you guys start reading your labels today, you are going to be absolutely in shock about how many things have added sugar in them, right? Well, we know sugar, not a good carbohydrate source, right? Our body likes some sugar, sure. Things like honey, fruit has sugar in it, right? but not pure white cane sugar that's poured into everything, or corn syrup as an example. And so when it comes to carbohydrates, again, we're circling back around to those kind of those earth-grown nutrients versus sort of the man-made, right? I have whole grains, like whole oats. When I buy bread, I want it to say 100% whole wheat flour. I should almost be able to crumple that bread up, right? That's a good sign that's probably whole grain or whole wheat. Things like, whole grain rice, which would be like brown rice as an example. I think even white rice is probably is okay in the right amount. But again, what do I see with carbohydrate sources? If it comes in a box, right, it's processed, it's got added sugar, it has, it's enriched in any way, that tells me right away, this is probably not that good for me. And in fact, a lot of people don't know, when I eat a piece of white bread, my body has a similar reaction to white bread as it does when I'm eating sugar. Now, it's not quite the same, it is slightly different, but it is similar because white bread is so processed, the flour, all the nutrients has been taken out of it, and what we're left with is basically the starch, essentially, which is sugary. And so processed carbohydrates, that's when we run into problems. A lot of our breakfast cereals, a lot of those things, we got to be really careful with those ingredients. Most breakfast cereals, first ingredient is sugar, okay? And a lot of times it might say 7-grain cereal or 7-grain chips as an example. But then I turn that package over and it's 7 processed grains, right? So it's like wheat flour that's been bleached. It's like sesame seed flour that's had the germ and the fiber taken out of it. And so it's highly processed grains. Yeah, there's 7 of them, which is multi-grain, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean it's better for me. So again, we come back to those natural food sources, fruit, vegetables, beans, legumes, things like that. Those are always going to be our best choice with carbohydrates. And now wrapping up protein. Protein it's extremely important. It does a lot for us. It definitely serves in immune function, our hair, our nails, our bones, our muscles. It helps to maintain muscle mass. If you're exercising and doing strength training, it can help to build muscle and improve strength. Protein makes us feel satiated. It makes us feel full. We get most of our amino acids from protein, right? Amino acids are what sort of the building blocks that make up different proteins, and we get most of those. You have essential and non-essential. We get a lot of those essential ones from meat sources, and a lot of B vitamins as well, not to mention sources of fat. So protein is really important. And again, when we bring it back around to Parkinson's and things like that, and where that can be beneficial is, again, Parkinson's, as I mentioned earlier, aging on steroids, right? And so what happens when we age? Well, we can lose calcium levels in our bones, our muscles atrophy, we become weaker. And protein, again, what helps to maintain that muscle mass. Why is that important? When I have a good amount of muscle mass, that protects my bones when I fall, okay? When we have Parkinson's disease, again, this is why it's a tough disease to deal with, and it's unfortunate, but a lot of times falling is a major part of our life. And that's tough. I mean, that really stinks. But one of the things that we can do to protect ourselves from those falls, the exercise is super important. Keep that protein intake up, right? Maintain the muscle mass that you have, because having a good amount of muscle mass helps to protect those bones when we do fall. Again, a strong body is a healthy body. That's not just with exercise, that's with diet as well. I'm going to say it again about protein. I did with carbs and fat. It circles back around to what are the sources of protein that I'm eating. Okay, if I'm eating like deli meat every day, which has lots of protein in it, but also has lots of nitrates, so a lot of salt, lots of preservatives that aren't necessarily good for me, versus buying a whole chicken breast or buying beef and things like that from the store. And even with the type of beef that we're buying, you've probably heard a lot about grass-fed and things like that. And there is differences in the nutrient density of meat based on what that animal has been eating. I'm not going to get into that today for well, because we're running out of time, and two, I don't want to overload you guys with too much information, but something to consider looking into as well, right? Grass-fed versus grain-fed beef. There seem to be some differences in the omega-3 profile, along with some other nutrients as well. Okay, so with all that being said, we talked about carbs, fat, protein, all those good things. Now talking about specific dietary needs for people with Parkinson's. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we've heard carnivore, South Beach, Zone, Atkin. We got all these different diets, Mediterranean even, right? And I have a presentation that I give on diets as a health coach, and the presentation is titled "Diets. They come and go, and so does your weight." Okay, that's kind of my little jab at humor there. But why I title it that is because diets have a start and an end date. Okay, usually it's like 8 weeks, 12 weeks, a year. We're going to try the specific pattern of eating for weight loss or for whatever goal it might be. But most likely, I can't sustain that way of eating in my day-to-day life, in my lifestyle, okay? And that's partly why there hasn't been a specific diet mentioned for Parkinson's yet. But again, also, if I do the carnivore diet, which is just an all meat-based diet, I cut out a lot of fiber. I cut out a lot of micronutrients that I get from plants that I'm not going to get when I'm eating just red meat. If I go vegan, I'm getting lots of nutrients, right? Which is fantastic because it's a plant-based diet. But I also might be missing a lot of B vitamins. It's going to be hard to get protein that is bioavailable, meaning protein that your body can absorb and use purely from plants alone, okay? And so, again, I could go carnivore, I could go vegan, right? Well, I'm kind of a middle ground man, right? Let's meet right in the middle. Let's eat a lot of fruits. Let's eat a lot of vegetables, good nuts, good sources of fat, and let's eat good sources of meat as well, okay? I think those are all tools for us to use. With that being said, again, there's not a specific diet, but really a lifestyle, a way of eating. And it revolves around eating those naturally occurring foods. Some of the specific needs that you guys may need to consider when making dietary changes, okay? The first one being specific to you, alrighty? So whatever issues you may be dealing with, whatever symptoms you may have, trouble swallowing, tremors, things like that, which can make it difficult to eat, that is going to alter the types of food we eat. So if you're someone that does have trouble like chewing red meat and chicken, because it can be a lot to chew, then maybe fish, is going to be a better protein source for you. They do make a lot of healthy protein powders as well that are both meat, dairy, and vegetable based, okay, depending on your preference. And so that is something you're going to want to consider. Your hydration. How much water are you getting in a day? The Parkinson's website recommends 6 glasses a day. As a trainer, I recommend half your body weight in ounces. If you weigh 100 pounds, that's 50 ounces of water a day, okay? Your doctors have probably told you this, but the water can be really important for just helping you to digest and absorb some of that medication. When it comes to protein, I talked about how important protein intake is, but we have to be careful because some of the medications that we take with Parkinson's, they are, I don't know specifically, I believe like a protein building block, or they're a protein themselves. And so if we eat a high protein meal with some of our medications, it may block or inhibit some of the absorption from our medication, okay? So that's the other thing we got to think of. If I'm on a medication schedule, which is probably why a lot of you guys are in between meals, but if I know I got to take my first round of meds, or my second round, we'll say at 10 a.m., then maybe for breakfast, I try not to do as much protein, right? Maybe I push that protein a little bit more into the afternoon, so I maximize my medication use for the day and then get some of that protein for the repair in the evening, okay? That's another thing to consider. Let's see, so I'm looking through my notes here. I think that's most things that I wanted to cover. We do have about 2 minutes left, and we can obviously go over a little bit. Does anyone have any questions in the Q&A here? I'm checking.
Yeah, so Zach, Patty and Doug ask, why do we want fat to get into the brain as Parkinson's disease patients?
So that's a very good question. So Parkinson's or not, fat is really important for just overall brain function. Okay. And so as like some studies they've done with like athletes that are typically like very, very lean and oftentimes may have a very lean diet, they notice a decline in cognitive function when they get too lean themselves or they cut too much fat out of their diet. And so again, we're dealing with a disease of the brain. It's neurological. And so what we're focusing on is we're trying to make our bodies, we're trying to be the best version of ourselves as we can to be as healthy and as functional that we can with Parkinson's. And so fat is another tool for that. And so just to help your overall cognitive function, that is why fat is important, especially those healthy fats like omega-3s, right, to help kind of bring some of that inflammation down.
That sounds great. One question that we often get that I'll pose to you is any tricks or tips that you talk to people about getting that water intake? Because I know as a partial caregiver for an aging grandparent myself, the water intake often decreases with some cognitive slowing. And so that can be a frustrating point to caregivers as well as the care receivers. And so it's not as easy said than done. Do you have any tips on that?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Melanie. That's a really good point. And so there's a couple things going on, right? As we, with Parkinson's, we might have some of that cognitive decline, which makes it more difficult for, taking in that water. As we age as well, our ability to recognize thirst and hunger is altered as well. And so that in general makes it more difficult to drink more water. And so there's actually a lot of different things that you can do. I've seen people have like water trackers on their fridge where they mark down every time they have like an 8-ounce glass of water, trying to get to that half their ounces in body weight. I know people that will keep little flavor packets like Crystal Light and things like that on them as well, just as a way to, okay, for every 2 bottles of water that I have, I'm going to make this third one something flavored, almost a way to reward kind of that behavior of drinking more water. For those of you that are kind of tech savvy, I myself am actually not very tech savvy at all. Melanie just came in and got this background on my computer for me. So, but those that are tech savvy, there's a lot of water drinking apps actually on your phone. You can download a water drinking app and it'll actually has a timer set to drink water. And similar to what a lot of you might do for your medications, you have like a pill timer. Sometimes you guys know, they come on like those pill boxes and it'll beep. People will do those, but they'll have it set on their phone to drink water. So if it is something where, it's just as easy as, I just keep forgetting, right? Because I'm not registering that thirst as well anymore. So I'm forgetting to drink enough water. Well, we got timers, we've got apps, tracking sheets of paper every day. I've even seen people with like jugs, whether that's like a half gallon, a gallon, or just a big bottle of water. And they have little markers on the bottle and they have the time of day, right? So it'll say like, if it's a 32-ounce bottle, it'll have like 10 ounces gone and then it'll say 10 a.m. And then it'll have like 20 ounces gone and it'll say 12 p.m., and then 32 ounces gone by 3. So it's got a little reminder on the bottle of what time, at 12 o'clock, where that water intake should be, right? Where that water level should be.
That's great. I've heard there's also some apps that connect straight to water bottles out there. I haven't seen them, but I've heard about them.
Yes.
Smart water bottles.
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Zach. I think maybe all of us are thinking I better get signed up for a health coaching session with Zach. There's so much good information there that to process it, we need some sessions to really think through how we're going to apply that. So love it. All right, we're going to move to our last coordinated presentation before we do the wrap up and roundtable, which I hope you all will stick around for. There's already been so many great questions in the Q&A. Keep those coming. Thank you. That really helps us to make sure we're answering what you came looking for today. So Maria is going to talk to us about fatigue management, which again can be one of those I think emotional health things that caregivers also are struggling with making sure that we get enough rest for those that that are our care receivers, as well as adaptive leisure activities.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for those of you who have been on for this entire duration. We know that it can get long, but the beauty of at least doing it from your own home is hopefully you've been able to step away, grab a beverage, have some lunch, and we really appreciate you all for joining us. So this last one is going to focus on how do we manage that fatigue? What is that? What are we talking about? Because it is more than just, I think even like, oh, I didn't sleep well last night. It means more than that, as well as just ways to ensure that if you're living with Parkinson's disease or if you're a caregiver, that we are incorporating leisure activities that bring joy. So on the next slide here. So here's some reasons why one might actually not engage in leisure activities, hobbies, and things like that. One, certainly there are those changes in sensory motor symptoms from Parkinson's disease. So whether it's decreased balance, decreased strength, we also know that sometimes an upper body tremor can come. So we have those types of symptoms as well. We also might be having more pain, and pain could be for so many different reasons, whether it's because we're sitting more, we're having pain in our back, in our bottom, wherever that may be, but that certainly is a factor, as well as fatigue definitely impacts engaging in those leisure activities. So on the next slide, we talk a little bit more about what is fatigue. So from the National Parkinson's Association, fatigue is a feeling of deep tiredness that does not improve with rest. A person who is fatigued feels exhausted, however, does not necessarily feel like sleeping. So the fatigue that we're talking about, as I said, is very multifactorial, and it's more than just, oh, I didn't sleep well last night, and I bet if I sleep good tonight, it'll improve. Not to say that that's not going to be helpful, but there is just this deep tiredness feeling that we do have to figure out how to manage. On the next slide, we do talk a little bit about what are some of those sources of fatigue. So as I mentioned, the fatigue really could be coming from a lot of different things. It could be coming from the Parkinson's motor symptoms, poor sleep, physical deconditioning. Sometimes we're more prone to infection, medication side effects, depression. We've been talking about how emotional health changes, as well as our nutrition. All of these things can factor into that deep sense of tiredness that one can feel. And on the next slide, so we know that one of the best ways to really tackle this issue of fatigue is to work on management. So as you saw on the previous slide, there are certainly some behavioral changes and habits that we can do to help manage the fatigue. However, we know the Parkinson's disease is still there. We know that medications are important, and so we do have to learn how to manage those side effects. And so one of the best ways to manage fatigue is really by pacing ourselves. And it's sometimes it's helpful to have that visual reminder of, okay, how do I pace myself? If you can think of, you wake up with a bottle of energy each day, and we have to figure out, okay, this is my energy allotment. And you'll notice in the cups simulation here, the cups photo, that you can kind of estimate about how much energy it's going to take to do various activities, whether it's taking a walk, that might take a full cup of water, whether it's energy just to sit and socialize with friends, that might even take a half a cup of water. Energy for cooking could be another full glass of water. But that visual representation is when we try to sit down and consider how much energy, do I start with in a day, and how are these activities that I want to do, how are they digging into that energy, and can I come up with a plan to pace myself? And so again, this is another thing that we can sit down and do with an occupational therapist, with a loved one, with a care support person. And we know that scheduling in these strategic rest breaks after we get dressed, purposely putting in just a little bit of a rest after that, or certainly after taking a shower, which can be a really fatiguing activity. insert a little bit of a seated rest break. There's just these certain ways that we can pace ourselves throughout the day so that we can engage in activities that we love and enjoy. So for the next slide, we try to break that down into, is there ways for us to budget our energy? So if we know that we want to tackle something like, and admittedly for some people, they enjoy cleaning. I don't know why, but there are those people out there that love to clean. So let's just say, you know, you want to tackle the bathroom. And this might not even be for fun, but it's a great example. If you know you want to tackle the bathroom, we're going to figure out a way that we can break up that activity. And so it might mean, well, today I'm really just going to work on wiping down the counters. The next day, maybe I'm just going to do cleaning the mirror in the bathroom. Or again, maybe you break up this activity throughout the day versus tackling the entire bathroom. You could apply that same approach to, again, I go back to baking as well. If you know that you want to be baking some cookies for Christmas that's coming up, you might have to break down that activity into smaller, more manageable parts so that you can still do it, but it will look differently than perhaps when you could do an all-day Saturday baking marathon with people. That might be too taxing. So we just have to determine how much energy and physical effort is an activity going to require. It can be helpful to plan ahead so that we can make the best use of banked energy. So by that, it might mean that if we do know that we're going to be baking with our grandkids on Saturday, that we strategically want Friday to be a really low-key rest day. You know, I would hate for you to have back-to-back appointments on a Friday and then Saturday have the family come over for a social baking event or something like that. So planning ahead can be really helpful, along with setting goals for activities that you would like to do. And I think a hard part is understanding that because you're managing a chronic condition, is you might not be able to do all the things anymore. So certainly there maybe was a point where you absolutely could go golfing, run errands, go out and work on a woodworking project, come in, help with making dinner, and you could do that all, and it worked really well. But certainly it's adapting and figuring out, okay, what are my goal activities that are really important to me that I still want to engage in? And what are some activities that I can delegate to others or that I maybe just don't do anymore? And we can slowly start to gradually increase our time spent in these activities that we are going to prioritize. So for the next one, something that we also don't always think about, but let's say a leisure activity is you enjoy going to the Twins games with families. And certainly I think activities like that are going to be coming back this year, right? Like going to events. But let's just say you often go to a Twins game and that might seem overwhelming and daunting right now. So certainly it can be helpful to practice for outings. Now, sometimes if you don't feel safe practicing walking up the stairs or practicing getting in and out of a low chair, let's say, because you're going to be sitting in some stadium chairs, this is where perhaps at times working with a skilled individual. So whether that's a skilled PT or OT or a trainer who is trained to work with someone with some difficulties. Otherwise, it can also just be recruiting a family member or friend, and that might just look like, oh, I have to prepare for doing the stairs when I go to the Twins game, or I have to prepare for getting in and out of a lower chair. So that's one way that we can stay a part of these activities. Another thing we know is that these Parkinson's medications and their timings, just depending on what your routine is really important. And when we can schedule our activities around when those Parkinson's medications are most effective, we can then have more energy for the activities that we want to engage in. And the last one here, I know it sounds kind of silly, but certainly we all know what it is to schedule our appointments and to schedule, maybe when the grandkids are coming. But I also want you to think about scheduling in your fun leisure activities, because they certainly can be the ones that tend to fall off the radar when we're dealing with fatigue. Like you might realize I'm just taking up all my energy just to get dressed. and just to get to the dinner table to eat meals, or, you know, just to do my bedtime routine. So when it comes to leisure and hobbies, write in, you know, that you do want to maybe do a 30-minute phone call to a loved one on Friday, or schedule in maybe listening to music on Saturday nights with your spouse. It sounds kind of silly, but when we do schedule that in, we're more likely to do it. Some other ways that we can manage just general fatigue while still engaging in leisure is sometimes we have to think about, how can I do that activity differently? So depending on the activity that you love to do, maybe you were a painter, you know, and maybe you were able to stand and paint or stand and do woodworking projects. So something that we don't always want to do because maybe it makes us look weak, or we're different, you know, and maybe it's a sign that we're aging. But I really want people to empower themselves to say, okay, how could I do this activity, but maybe sitting down instead? We could also look at just slowing our pace down for an activity. So for example, if you are an avid golfer, and we know that golfing can be a more strenuous, fatiguing activity, a way to still play the game, but at a slower pace and at a different pace, would be maybe hitting up a mini golf course. Certainly it would look a little bit different, but you're still getting out into the sunshine and the warm weather, but it's a little bit of a slower paced game, of course. And then lastly, again, working with an occupational therapist or a rec therapist, or there's leisure therapists, or again, even problem solving with a family member or loved one about, hey, I really want to be able to do this activity. Can we problem solve together? How might I be able to adapt this so that I can still do that? So on the next couple slides here, I'm just going to provide some examples of some common leisure activities, and then how there are sometimes some adaptive tools or things out there to make them a little bit easier. So I go to cards because I know cards is a favorite at my grandparents' house, and there are different adaptive tools to make card playing easier. So certainly sometimes, depending on the game that you're playing, holding all the cards in your hands can become more difficult. So there are a wide variety of card holders, and you'll notice, you know, some you just stick them right in and they're all lined up. Others, the cards are a little more staggered. That one blue one there, it looks like that one, you know, the person could still be holding them in their hands so they wouldn't be setting out on the table, and you're able to fit a fair amount of cards in there. Along with, there's actually a different adapted cards. So there's jumbo playing cards, or there's cards for people with low vision, and so everything's going to be a lot bigger. So that's one example of ways how a leisure activity can be adapted depending on your difficulties. For the next one, we go into gardening or different activities like that. So I know that my grandparents love to garden, and there are some adaptive tools that one can use to have better ergonomics when they're doing some gardening activities. So you'll notice on the far side of the screen, those tools, which I'm not a gardener, so I'm not exactly sure what those are all called, like a spade or something perhaps. But you'll notice the tools have this larger green handle on them to make them a little bit easier to hold, so that we can still do that activity that we love, but it's in a modified way. There's also long-handled tools. So long-handled tools for when we're working in the garden can be really helpful if it's harder for us to get down, as well as even having some type of stool to sit down on when we're outside. There's even adapted scissors. So if manipulating a scissors becomes difficult, maybe you're a card maker or a crafter, but if that activity is difficult, there are loop scissors to make it a little bit easier if your hands are becoming weaker, as well as a tabletop scissors. And you'll notice that one's kind of at the bottom there. But again, now you just have to press down on a lever and have the piece of paper there, and you're still getting that cutting motion, but we're just adapting how we do the activity so that we can still engage in something fun. So those are just some examples. Lastly, we know that there may come a time when, you know, as the disease advances, we really have to get creative in activities that are still fun, they're engaging. And we know that long-term memory oftentimes is the type of memory that can stay with a person into the later stages of the disease. And so reminiscing and music can be extremely valuable ways to still bring joy to someone's day, still be considered, you know, leisure and fun, but it is certainly more sedentary, and it might be easier for the individual to engage in. And so oftentimes I might actually, with some clients, make photo books, and the photo books could be pictures of the grandkids with their names. Photo books, now these days you can make these really beautiful photo books on shutterfly.com or walmart.com, but the photo book could be past vacations or, you know, summer trips up to the cabins. But looking through photo books and reminiscing can be extremely warming to an individual, really at any stage, but especially if you're looking for something fun to do that's more reasonable to do from a seated position. Listening to the radio, listening to music on a device, whether that's a computer, our phones these days, but just listening to music at church or church music, as well as just reminiscing about the good old days. So really, even if you don't have a visual medium there, when you can sit down with an individual and just talk about, hey, can you tell me about that vacation that you took back in, I don't know, 87 or something like that. But really just allowing that storytelling can be extremely beneficial from a brain standpoint, as well as from a leisure standpoint. So with that in mind, we're kind of going to end before we get into then kind of the end wrap up of all of this. And we're going to end with a little bit of music trivia, because why not? And so I'm not sure if you guys will be able to, you know, you might have to like put this in the Q&A, but the next slides, we're going to actually have a band. And I'm going to see, I'll give you a few moments. If you guys are able to type something in, you can answer. Otherwise, I'll give you the answer of who the band is. This can be a fun activity that you can do with a loved one. And so we'll advance to that next slide.
Hey, Maria, I can watch, and they could click raise hand, and then I could pick on I can open up for them to talk. It'll give us a good practice leading into the round table.
That would work perfect. I'm game for trying.
Okay, so when you know the answer, click raise hand, which you should find at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, so for this first one, I got to make sure I have my answers. All right, so name this band. Can anybody tell me who this is? I can't see the hands, Melanie. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I'll be watching them.
Okay. All right. I know the image is a little blurry, but this band, if no one's answered or raised their hand, is Poison. So they were popular.
Raised their hand. Yes.
Mid 80s. All right. We'll go to this next one, which I actually had a hard time figuring out. And I did this with a couple of clients this last week as well, and they also had a trouble with this one. So does anybody know who this band is?
I see no hands.
Okay, it's Judas Priest, and they were apparently an English band. So interesting costumes. All right, this next one. Does anybody know who this band is? Nada.
I see no hands.
All right.
You're putting some tricky ones on there.
I know. The last one you guys should get, but this band is called Vixen. They were popular from 87 to 92, and they're actually reformed in St. Paul, Minnesota. So I thought that was kind of fun. And then lastly, I really expect someone to know this one. Who's this band? Oh, I see a hand. Patty and Doug.
Yeah, I'm going to allow Patty and Doug, you should be able to unmute now and talk.
Okay, it's the Beatles.
Yes, Beatles. Excellent job. I don't have a reward, but nice job, you guys.
Excellent.
Awesome. So that is the end of my leisure presentation. It can be something as simple as music trivia to play with a loved one, just pulling up fun bands, or even pulling up old songs and having them try to guess what song is this, who's singing it. There are such different ways to kind of engage the mind, engage the body, as well as just have some fun. So thank you guys. And if anyone has any questions, otherwise we'll move to the wrap up period.
All right. No questions popped up, so everybody maybe is excited and waiting for us to open up the microphones and ask questions verbally. So thank you so much, Maria. And so just as a wrap up to that piece of our whole morning, thank you for everyone for attending. We're excited to have this available as a recording on our website. If you haven't been to our website, it's www.ExercisAbilities.org. Annie will be sending a follow-up. She's sharing her screen. Awesome. And so if you go, why don't you follow the path to check out the videos. We're going to go to the very bottom, that Parkinson's disease patient and supporter workshops, and click on that. And then you'll find the link to the November presentation. And then right below that, we'll add, there's also some attachments that you can view. And then below that, we will add the new one from today as well. If you scroll back to the top, there is also a place where you can go ahead and sign up for the next May 22nd. We'll be wrapping up our grant-funded workshop series. And again, we're going to be doing a little bit more focus on emotional health, all of the exercise science that goes with that, and as well as living happy and healthy in emotional health as well. And so we're really excited to present that. And as you can see, you can register right there already. It's already live. Thank you so much for showing that, Annie. And Annie will be following up with an exciting survey. I hope that you all decide to participate and tell us what you thought about this, how it went, and see if we can improve anything for the May series. Anything else, Annie, that we need to wrap up?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, that's great. So hopefully we've had great retention. People are eager to maybe talk to who's on, and Maria OT is on, Holly Brown is still with us, Dr. Tipton, our students from Mayo Clinic, myself, I am a physical therapist with a specialty in Parkinson's as well. And so we will use the raise hand feature again. So if you want to open up with any questions to start, otherwise I'll let we'll kind of watch for anybody who wants to talk and interact. You can use that raise hand feature. To get things started, Dr. Tipton, do you have some, and Holly's going to jump back on the video as well. You know, we talked about just opening this up to that discussion about emotional health, caregiver fatigue, as well as just caregiver and care receiver communicating. I know Holly did such a great job with presenting the action plan to this conversation, and hopefully those at home watching had a chance to look at that. And so, you know, either one of you, what are first steps to actually starting that action plan? Because I think that's the biggest thing. It's hard to have those conversations. And so, you know, Holly, you can speak to how you've helped couples, or Dr. Tipton, you talk about two people in your counseling about how to talk, just come together and start talking and having the conversation about the disease and how it's affecting them.
Well, I'll just kind of jump in. I guess, you know, as I mentioned before, with my role as being a caregiver coach, I've just had so much more experience working with caregivers directly and kind of hearing their side of the story and how the disease or the transition in life is affecting them, but yet the feelings that go along with that and the emotions of, I don't want to be selfish. I, feel bad that I can still do all these things and they can't, but yet I'm kind of feeling negative about it because it is taking away my freedom as well. And, so this whole couple opportunity is newer to me this year, but I think it's just a wonderful thing because like I mentioned in the Powerful Tools for Caregiver workshop, we're hearing about their perspective of how the disease is affecting them and what they can do to better themselves. But I do plug, that there's a lot of supports out there for caregivers, but not so much for the person living with the disease. And so if the caregiver is learning all these 36 tools, right, to take care of themselves and to work through emotions and better communicating and self-care, what does that mean for their partner who isn't getting these same types of tools unless the caregiver is willing to share it with them? So the action plan really, I think, is a benefit because the caregiver could choose to make the action plan be about including their care receiver or their partner and on how to also take a moment a week and, do something for themselves or to better their relationship. So is, one time a week, we're going to come together and work on communication style, or we're going to work on our emotions. We're going to talk out loud about the things that are frustrating us so that we don't let it build into resentment, but work on it so that we know where each other's triggers are. And, I think the action plan is a great place to start with that because it can be very small change or just a comment. Doesn't have to be anything, big and like life-changing overnight, but it's just those baby steps, we kind of call it, to have better communication, better awareness of what's going on within ourselves and around others that they're spending the most time with. And right now through COVID, I know I've heard from caregivers that, wow, the things that are irritating me now, I think it's because we're with each other 24/7. And before we had freedoms to leave and go do things away from each other. But now that we're together all the time, we're finding all these little things that are irritating us. So, the action plan can be a great thing to just talk about those things in a safe place, either with a coach or a counselor or a therapist or just amongst themselves. What do you think, Dr. Tipton?
I agree. I mean, I really don't have much to add. I mean, just sort of my 2 cents on the issue is that, on my side, usually we're hyper focused on the patient. But before we wrap up our clinical encounter, I usually try to ask how the patient's spouse or their kids are dealing with the situation. And that's the goal of that, is just to kind of remind everybody that even though there's one person that technically has Parkinson's disease, the disease is affecting everybody that's at play. And so trying to just do little things to encourage, like you were saying, Holly, that communication, hey, how are you doing? What sorts of things are bothering you? It can really, really mean a lot because, big problems to you may not be big problems to me and vice versa. But if you come out and say, I'm struggling with this, at least it's out in the open and it's something that everybody's aware of. And then as the disease progresses, insight may also be impacted on the part of the patient. So cognitive impairment can begin to crawl in and make things even more complicated as far as understanding what is or what isn't bothering everybody, in the room or everybody on the team. And so then I think the onus comes more on the caregiver side of being able to be sort of a detective and looking for, things that may be bothering the person dealing with Parkinson or the person that has Parkinson's disease. Because they may not be able to articulate those problems as well. But if you're starting out with good communication and looking for both the verbal and the nonverbal cues, I think, that is the place to start out, but recognizing that it's a dynamic process. As the disease progresses, the dynamics change as well.
Right. Well, and I know, I'm just thinking, sorry, Melanie.
No, we do have a question, but go ahead.
Oh, nope, go ahead with the question.
All right. Betty, I'm going to allow you to talk, so you should be able to unmute now and ask your question or comment.
I have a couple of questions. I first of all would like to know if the exercises that Zach demonstrated today, is that available on a video? Because putting that on my TV and following along is a whole lot easier than trying to remember what the movements are. And then the other question I have is, oftentimes when you do a presentation, you use terminology that are initials that stand for things, but the average amateur individual doesn't understand it. I want to know what the BDNF stands for and what does it refer to?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Betty. I apologize for not writing it out on the presentation. You'll know why I didn't write it out when I tell you what it stands for. It stands for brain-derived neurotrophic factor. So if you put that at the top of a slide, you don't have room for any other words. But that's essentially it is a neurotrophic factor. Neurotrophic factors are like fertilizer for our brain. When we have them, which we do all the time, but when we have increased levels, it allows for the connections between our brain cells to become enriched. So those connections just get much more dense and allows different brain regions to communicate more effectively. And that underlies what one of our other speakers mentioned about is brain plasticity. So that BDNF, and then there are some other neurotrophic factors as well, allow our brain to be plastic and adapt to demands over time.
Thank you.
And excuse me, Betty, I can comment on the video. But I do have a question for you. Are you savvy with a computer where you can use YouTube and things on your TV or your computer, or would you require like a traditional DVD?
Yes, I'm savvy enough to be able to do it, but I would prefer a video that I can put in and have my husband do it at the same time along with me.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I will, while we're talking, I'm going to look up a resource. The website of the company that runs Power, PWR exclamation mark, does have a video. And I haven't looked lately. They did have a video you could purchase on their website. So I'm going to do a quick scroll to see if they still have that available. And I will make sure that Annie mails out that resource to everyone with her follow-up email so that you could go to that website and order the DVD. Otherwise, we do at exerciseabilities.org, we have some videos up there, and Zach has some Power videos on our website. And I'll have Annie pop back on here, maybe if she's, or we could do it late in a little bit. I'm seeing if I get any response from Annie. She could show you where, but we do have some videos on our website that you can go to. We do not have them available as a DVD. But great question and great. I will try to find that. Oh, here she goes. So if on the homepage, there's self-care videos.
Self-care.
Click on those. There are a couple from Zach. We have a yoga video, and then there's some other videos from Zach that he did during COVID and in preparation for COVID. And so I'll let him know that that's of interest. There's some exercises there. And so we have talked about that. COVID has, we've been busy like every other company. We stopped doing those group classes and then have been working on getting things back up and going in more of a one-on-one interaction. But I think it's a great idea to put together a video to put online for people to have access to with those same exercises. So we'll work on that. We'll follow up and put that together and put it on our website. Thank you, Annie. Holly, you were getting ready to say something before. Did you remember what it was?
Nope, it's gone. But I did have another question. and I apologize because I didn't listen to all the segments this morning, and maybe this was talked about, but I am just curious. With the individuals that are taking the Parkinson's med, and I always say it wrong, but it's the levodopa, carbidopa, something like that. If someone is taking a high volume of that to help keep down, say, the physical, I'm going to say attributes of the disease, could too much of that also be affecting the cognition part, like too much stimulation? And maybe, you know, in my comment earlier, I was saying how the caregiver would say, okay, come to the table and eat, and then in mid-drift, they'd kind of go off somewhere else. Do you feel, or do you know, is there medication related that would cause maybe someone's cognitive stimuli to be too intense, marbles kind of going around, as the caregiver calls it? But that medication level is there to help the things below the neck stay calmer and not get, say, tremors or freeze up, things like that. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Usually we don't see adverse effects on cognition in response to the carbidopa levodopa. Her brand name is Cinemat. We'll just call it Cinemat because
Yes.
it's shorter. But what can happen though is there is a potential side effect. This can go along with the disease in and of itself, but there's a potential side effect with the medication of lowering one's blood pressure. And so if blood pressure gets too low, then you can get confused, you know, sort of makes sense. And if your blood pressure gets really too low, then you pass out. But what we actually tend to see more of is improvements in cognition after getting the medication, getting dopamine supplementation. And in fact, you know, I spent a lot of time on my slides talking about frontal lobe function and executive function, you know, that multitasking and planning and logic, those types of things kind of fall under the executive function branch. Those tend to be more responsive to dopamine in a positive way than some other elements of cognitive impairment that can occur with Parkinson's disease. So in general, we tend to see more of a positive effect of the medication on cognition. But if there is some confusion or something like that arises in close proximity to a dose, it makes me wonder about something else going on, possibly lowering of the blood pressure.
That's wonderful. Thank you. All right. Well, we're getting close to 1:15. Any other shout out for anyone to have any questions or for our experts? No question is wrong, and it's a great time to access us here. But if we don't have any, that is just fine. Hopefully, we've addressed a lot of them. I think as a wrap up, Zach was just telling me a little bit about his health coaching philosophy, and I think it's so true that this is a great time to not wait for others. Like sometimes we do in the medical system, and it's just the way it's designed, where you come to us and we tell you what you need to do. But it's a great time for you all together to really have the conversation of what you want and what would make you happy and healthy, with all the information that's out there in the world inundating you. And you guys are definitely advocates because you've attended today. And so you are looking for information on how to make your life better. And sometimes we can tell you all these things that you should do, but sitting down and really having the conversation about what's important to you and what you want to do actually starts that action to happen, and helps you really focus and fine tune on what's important, not just what other people are telling you are important. So obviously you have to take your medications. Obviously, you need to sleep, and you gotta eat, you gotta drink. But there's a lot of things here that can make your life healthier and happier. Everyone, those with Parkinson's disease and your loved ones, that really only you know. And and take practice in deciding that and sitting down and putting it on paper or having somebody. It's a good time to work on that and make it a priority. So thank you so much to all of our experts, and thank you for those attending or those watching this later. And we look forward to seeing you in May and with our final series workshop. So have a great afternoon and enjoy. It is a beautiful day in Minnesota, so hopefully it is other places around the country.